Thank you everybody for coming. We're going to start with some acknowledgements and opening remarks very shortly. But just so that you know, who are we? I am Casey Sterling. I am a member of Lower Nicola Indian Band and Chafmach on my dad's side and Mi'kmaq Acadian on my mom's side. But I am living in Williams Lake, where I grew up in Saskatchewan and Chafmach territories. I'm a PhD student at the Centre For Indigenous Fisheries, and I'll be one of two of your morning facilitators. And the other one?
Hi everyone. Uklas Colton, Tlaoquiatis, Hayatsish, Uklulit. My name is Colton. I'm from Tlaoquiat First Nation on my dad's side and also of mixed settler descent. I live in Uklulit, but I'm a PhD student here at the center and really excited to be one of your MCs for the morning.
So we will begin by acknowledgements from two very special guests that we have here today. We have Alec Guerin and Larry Grant. I almost called you another name, Larry. I am so sorry. Elder Larry is in my head, so I couldn't remember what your last name was. But we will have Alec and Larry come up together to bring us into this space. So please do come up when you're ready.
Thank you for that acknowledgement. Ta'islaq Wanasquish, I Tenichan Fumasquim. Lahak to Shoenel, Kiplano, Kifokemoto, with Hilakto, the Pinas, Natomo, which we eat to eat, a soft Tomoko Fumasquim. Istak Wanasquim, Kiplano, that's something me to Lola, Hilaktola. The I Tenishqualawan, Quantiquatnala. For E to now whale, anonymous the book stem out because the site sea stallo, Lahata stallo was Hiluk Halisto, so fast and for E to not by Tapelwitz, yep, Theatala. Name's Larry Grant. I'm a resident elder here at the First Nations House of Learning and adjunct professor in the First Nations language program. Larry, and I'm a descendant of Piapalana, the warrior that was here to greet, as many of us are, to greet the first different people to arrive off our shores, the Spanish under Captain Narvaez, and the English under Captain George Vancouver. And as our ancestor had done in the past, I do today raise my hands and welcome to all of you here at Stiwatan Hall at UBC on the traditional, ancestral, unceded, occupied lands of the Huntkamino-speaking Musqueam people. And it's really good to see you here. Discussing issues with the salmon and the rivers, looking after the species that have sustained the First Nations peoples for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, to have it depleted in 200 years on the West Coast by settlers, by industrial fishermen that have no connection to the land, no connection to the people, and no concern for the lands that are nurtured by the salmon life in the river. And I understand last evening there was discussion about the devastation on the East Coast, on the Atlantic coast of Canada. And Mi'kmaq person advocating for activism immediately. However, it's very very unreal in the sense that we're fighting and taking care of the river when none of the species are coming back. I know there's fresh, this is freshwater stuff, but in the saltwater fishery controlled by the fish processing companies that created the first Fisheries Act, they have factory ships at sea that we have no control over. The target species and the bycatch are all harvested. And a lot of the bycatch is probably the keystone species for the major fisheries. So if there are no species coming back, it's like building a brand new house for the children that are not coming back home to propagate and fill the space up. So this is the concern that we are dealing with. It's happened on the East Coast in the cod fisheries and in the lobster fishery. There's activism in there, but it's repeating itself right here on the Pacific coast. And I know that the freshwater people don't have jurisdiction on the saltwater, but also many times when I used to sport fish up in the Chiskotin country, up in Anaheim, the wildlife people were not concerned about what the tourists were doing because they brought in tourist dollars to the cash-starved community. But they fished out Anaheim Lake so that the resident stock is no longer viable. They stock the lake and allow fisheries, tourists, and other people that live there to fish it right out again, so that it's not maintaining itself, it's not self-sustaining. So it's just a facade that's going on. And this is something that I've been talking with a few people, and they are saying the mid-Pacific fisheries has been either going to be shut down or controlled by the Canadian that have jurisdiction over the Canadian boats. So that's really something that I cannot understand. The whole world saw the collapse of the cod fishery because the whole world was accessing it. They saw the other species being depleted. And the whole thing is repeating itself right here. So it's very, very, I think that's really part of how the stock market and how the developers were always viewed from my childhood to now. We go in, we harvest, and we deplete it, and we move on. As long as we're diversified, we're okay. So this is something that I just wanted to be able to say this morning. So I tap LSM Nasia Colette Quintia Tala, the follow-up of Kuinam at Kuiti. I tap Nasia. Thank you.
Nasiem Nasia Natswamo Tolnaka Konasqui Tanitanat Mathquim I Tinishqualowin Quinzi Quatsnala Seatolitson Quath Amiqua E Tanawel E Tlu Seatolitson Tath Yais He Lakutsan Quans Pui Statasat Na Bayathanak I Snuayath Anak Sayathak A Meedsep Quatwheelam E Tana Wanaat Kata Mathquiamat Tamu Schwaamets Tas Hankaminam Kan Seatolitson Heitrka My friends and relatives, my ancestral name is Tolnaka. My English name is Alec Guerin, and I'm from Musqueam, where I'm a counselor. Brings me good feelings to be here with you all today, and it especially feels really cool to stand here and co-welcome you with my language teacher and my mentors, Ayasak. I want to thank UBC and those involved for this event, for respecting the land of our ancestors, respecting it so much you got two of us up here, so I really appreciate that. I'm happy for a couple of reasons to be here. The first is, as Ayasak said, as a descendant of Kayaplano, it really gives me good feelings inside to be able to continue that work. Going out and welcoming people who are coming with open hearts and open minds, coming in a good way to our territory, and providing words of welcome to them. Second reason I'm happy to be here is the same reason you're all here, the fish. I come from a fishing family, as many of us in Musqueam do. My brother is our fisheries manager, my father was a fisherman, and many before him were fishermen as well. It's so important, the work that we're doing today, to try to bring that understanding to the Western world on fish. We've always understood what fish need, how they fit into the ecosystem, and how we can impact that in many ways. But that Western understanding is still catching up. And the work that each and every one of you is doing is contributing to that. So I want to thank each and every one of you for coming here. It's so important that we do this work, that we do it now. I talked about my family fishing, but the act of eating fish is one small piece of those activities. The most important part in my mind on the human side of things when it comes to fishing is that transfer of knowledge. The things that you learn from your uncles, your aunts, your grandparents out on the water are different than the things you're learning from them on dry land. And we're starting to lose those opportunities to transmit knowledge. I think of sturgeon fisheries. Over 100 years ago, we went to the Crown and said, please stop harvesting sturgeon. We'll stop doing it too, but we all need to come together and do this, otherwise the sturgeon are going to be gone. And we weren't listened to. And now sturgeon haven't been fished in quite some time. And the knowledge that you're transferring to your young ones when you're hunting sturgeon or fishing sturgeon, it's different than when you're going out crabbing, than when you're going for sockeye. And a lot of that knowledge is lost. We have to do everything we can to make sure that those opportunities for the transfer of knowledge continue. So I want to thank folks like Andrea and her team for bringing us all together and doing important work such as this. With that, I'll just say it's my great honor and privilege on behalf of my ancestors, my elders, and my people to co-welcome you to the unceded territory of the Hunkaminam speaking people of Musqueam. Siatolitz and Paitrika.
We have a gift for you. Thank you so much for welcoming us here for this meeting. We have some art by one of our students. There's a little bit of an explanation on the back of what's going on in here. But an art print by Nicole Jung, who is with us today and is probably very not happy that I mentioned her name. She likes to remain quiet in the background, but she's a wonderful artist. Yeah, she's right over there.
Can you raise your hand?
And so that we wanted to gift these art prints to you. So thank you, Coach Down.
Yes, thank you so much, Alec and Larry, for your words and for welcoming us here today. So next, we'd like to introduce Andrea for her opening remarks. Dr. Andrea Reed is a Niska citizen and the principal investigator for the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries and KCNI's supervisor. So we'll welcome up Andrea next.
Why Simgigat, Sigadum Hanak, Kuba Wilksa, Gant Hanix Kubatir, Andrea Skogamwa, Reed Skalanamwa, Niskani, Sim Laskikni, Wilps Quakants, Wildewikwi, Simagat Sebach, Wasnagwadi, Margaret Kane, Wasnoy, Montreal Waskade, Epikwit Wilwikwi, Lakal Zap Jagai, John Francis Lane Wastikyali, UBC Centre for Indigenous Fisheries, the Canada Research Chair in Indigenous Fisheries Science, will have Adsi Luamp Gadi, chiefs, matriarchs, members of the noble class, and each and every one of the children. My name is Andrea Reed. I'm a citizen of the Niska Nation, Eagle Clan from the House of Quakants, Samagat Sabach. Dr. Patrick Stewart is my father. Margaret Kane is my mother of Irish ancestry. I was born in Montreal, raised on Prince Edward Island, and now get to live in the Niska village of Lakaltsap with my husband, or the better word in Niska, Stikyali, the person who completes me is John Francis. And it's from Lakaltsap that I'm able to run our Centre for Indigenous Fisheries and sit as a Canada Research Chair in Indigenous Fisheries Science here at UBC. And my heart is very happy to be here. Turksat Nissim will back some. Thank you all for coming, for honoring our invitation by your presence, both in person and online. We are indeed gathered on the unceded and occupied territory of the Musqueam, and we are grateful to be guests here, honored to be co-welcomed by Elder Larry Grant and Councillor Alec Guerin. Thank you for your words this morning and for showing up in the ways that you are. We're also grateful to be joined by the UBC Musqueam liaison, Leona Sparrow. Leona is one of a handful who constitute our center's Indigenous Advisory Council. So she is joined by Mi'kmaq Elder Dr. Albert Marshall, who is with us in the room. Dr. Saul Milne from Chiam, who has to be online with us today. Dr. Shandine Pete, just over here, who also doesn't like to be singled out, who is Salish from Montana. Dr. Sue Chibolo, who sends her regrets. She's Anishinaabe from Garden River First Nation, joining us online as well. And soon to be Dr. Danielle Noasad, which I'm looking for over there in the corner, who's Red River Métis from Manitoba. So we are so happy to have our council together, honored by their presence following our meeting in the same space that happened yesterday. And we're honored by everyone's presence. It means a lot to have everyone show up, and for exactly the reasons that Alec just spoke to, of we're all here for the fish. It means a great deal to us that we have leaders in this space, and I think naming names is a slippery slope, so I'll be cautious there, but it means a lot to have leaders like Murray Ned here in the room, here to listen to young people, their concerns, their ideas, their work on and off the water on behalf of their fish, their people, their places that they call home. So just a little bit about the center, that we're a majority Indigenous research teaching service collective that works to uplift those interconnections between fish, people, and place. And while we maintain this base on campus, we're also organized with many students and myself based in home community contexts, which orients our work in really different and critical ways. This is our first occasion to host this Indigenous Learners Gathering, which we would not be able to do without the support from the Office of Indigenous Strategic Initiatives. Thank you for being here with us, Allison Beardsworth and the rest of the team. The Indigenous Strategic Initiatives Fund is what has made this possible, and this fund is super critical here at UBC. I think its longevity needs to be certain. It faces an uncertain future, but this is how we can enliven the Indigenous Strategic Plan at UBC and fulfill the many mandates and standards that come to us through UNDRIP, DRIPA, the TRC, and so on. So this gathering is a chance to celebrate our learning together. to live the words that many of us in this room often hear repeated by Dr. Ki'iljuice Barbara Wilson, who's a Haida Kuljad, boss lady, matriarch, who sits in our center as an adjunct professor, an instructor, a cultural guide for our team. And Barb is always telling us that education should be fun. She sends her very best. She was meant to be standing right here beside me, so I feel very alone in this space without her. But she's at home, needing to take care of herself as she's been a bit unwell. But I heard from her yesterday morning. She's in bed watching the whales leave the inlet on Haida Gwaii, just outside of Skidegate. So lovely that she can do that and show us that while she's, 82 and unstoppable, sometimes people need to pause and take care of their health and be whole people so we can continue to do our good work. So while I note that I don't have Barb up here with me, I'm not alone up here, as I am joined by a little one that I'm expecting to come my way this August. And I really love that we can build this space that is for everyone, from whatever, -4 months to 10 years old to approaching 90 years old. So it means so much to me that you all are here in the room as well as online. And this is just a powerful reminder that we're not alone in this work. I just want to close by affirming some learning principles that come to us from FNESC, the First Nations Education Steering Committee, which I'll just ask that those get brought up on the slide. These indicate that learning ultimately supports the well-being of the self, the family, the community, the land, the spirits, and the ancestors. Learning is holistic, reflexive, reflective, experiential, and relational, focused on connectedness, on reciprocal relationships, and a sense of place. Learning involves recognizing the consequences of one's actions. Learning involves generational roles and responsibilities. Learning recognizes the role of Indigenous knowledge. Learning is embedded in memory, history, and story. Learning involves patience and time. Learning requires exploration of one's identity. And finally, learning involves recognizing that some knowledge is sacred and is only shared with permission or in certain situations. And so I hope that we can keep those principles alive and in our minds as we hear and learn across different contexts, and can maintain those kind of good intentions as we receive that learning. So with that, I'll close and say Gabir.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Andrea. So with that, we'd like to welcome everyone, both in person and online. And before we get going here, we just have some housekeeping notes. So there's going to be refreshment breaks at 11 a.m. and 2:45 p.m. and lunch as well at 12:30. If there is not time for questions after a presentation, do feel free to find the speaker during those breaks, and I'm sure they'll be happy to talk with you. We also have an open mic session at 1 p.m. The bathrooms are located out of the hall down that way. There's gendered bathrooms as well as an individual stall for those that might need it. And also a note for the speakers today, we've been told that we were a little quiet for those online, so we're going to try to speak a little bit closer to the mic.
Yeah, so don't be shy to get right up close to it. This event, for those who are in person, is also being filmed and streamed live for those who have registered online. So do please be aware of that. If there is something you would like to share and you don't want it shared more broadly than this room, just please be aware. But the people who have been sent this link are not people just all wide and free that we sent this to. So it is kind of a selected group as well. You can, if you want to opt out of filming for the open mic session, notify Olivia and Kel at the back of the room over here, our amazing team that's helping us with all of the tech and everything. And you can just let them know and they will keep track of that for the open mic session. you know about the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries, so I won't give you too much of a rundown there. Andrea did a great job with introducing us, but we have many students around in the space. Most of us are kind of at the back tables over there, and I'm sure that on our name tags we've put CIF, so if you have any CIF-related questions, feel free to stop us and ask, especially Nicole Jung. So for this morning's schedule, I'm just going to briefly kind of go over a few things. Right after we go through sort of these little facilitation bits, we're going to have a wonderful performance by some good friends and colleagues that I'm sure you will be just amazed and enjoyed to see. Then we will be guided in a mindfulness exercise with Lou Lam, who has helped our team on several occasions and is also a wonderful facilitator for bringing us into a shared, good, open-hearted space. We will then go into the section on Indigenous knowledges and lived experiences and a set of presentations. Because we had so many interests in this gathering, and it's only one day, we have had to kind of squeeze things in. So as Colton mentioned, there might not always be a whole lot of time for a Q&A session. So if you do have any burning questions, on everybody's seat, there's a notepad. You can write things down and remember them for breaks. There should also be pens, so hopefully that helps. If you also need during the presentations to, use the bathroom and go get a cup of coffee, you're totally welcome to do that. But please just be mindful that while people are presenting, if you think this is something you might need to do frequently, maybe sit on the end of a row or position your chair so it won't squeak too much if you move it back, just so that we don't interrupt presenters too much or throw them off track. After the Indigenous knowledges presentations, we will have some refreshments, as Colton mentioned, and we will give you a little warning before the refreshments are over, so you will have time to find your seats again. And then before lunch, we will be going into a land and community-based learning and research presentations. And then it'll be lunch. We'll have different facilitators, and they can kind of run you through what the next bit will be. And then, yes, we will have some catering for lunch. I do believe it is Salishan Catering, which is wonderful food. So we hope that you do enjoy. I'm sure that it's going to be a fun time around lunch because we'll finally get to actually have all of our little side conversations that we are starting to have this morning. So with that said, I think that's all the little notes and housekeeping things we have for right now. If you have any questions, do feel free to come up and ask anyone of the CIF team, our facilitators. But we'll probably get right into our next section. Okay. So we're going to call up Tatiana Degai and her children, Alexander, Ivan, and Pavel, for a wonderful presentation here.
Ктхойлч инен лахан ипшесха, кума Татьяна Скетchen, Гаврал Алтколь Kitchen, Тин Лхал Высанич Сымт Цунс Kitchen, Университетан Викториан Дуэтатис Kitchen. Hi, hello everybody. My name is Tatiana Degai. We come from Kamchatka, which is a peninsula on the Pacific coast of Russia, right across from here. We come from Itelmen community, a Salmon people. We are children of the raven, so we have lots of creation stories associated with the Kutch, the raven. And today we will talk about homeland through dance. And then later in the day, my student Semyon Drozdetsky will share our academic research on salmon in Kamchatka. I really want to thank Andrea for inviting us and kind of for bringing people together around salmon and fish. So we have a little gift for you. We started bringing back the art of salmon skin. So we're kind of using salmon skin to do some clothing and also artwork. So I want to give this to you. You know, you're from a Whale clan, I think.
My father.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
thank you. Thank you for everything.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Tatiana.
Yeah, the Center for Indigenous Fisheries has been a big inspiration to my work and um, to a lot of work to other people as well, like, who are really keen about salmon. So we'll start. This first dance is called By the River. Okay, let me introduce my family. Actually, this is my husband, Sasha. He's a fisherman and hunter from Kavran village. Our river is also called Kavran, and that's we get 6 species of Pacific wild salmon come spawn. My children, Pavel and Ivan, and Revlin is over there. Uh, so this is us. And we will start with this dance called By the River Dance. And it's about uh, women relationship with the river. Actually, I will dance alone. So yeah, we can start the music. In our dance, we really imitate the life around us. And as you will notice, there will be a lot of seagulls and fish movements. We fish traditionally in the river with the nets and also with the traps that are made out of willow trees. Kavran is a unique place as it is the only village remaining where Ituman people are a majority. And it is a village of 250 people in population. And our whole nation is about 3,000 living worldwide. We have our language is critically endangered. So a lot of my work, I'm actually a professor at the University of Victoria. So a lot of my work is connected with language revitalization and culture, but all of this cannot be done without connection to our ecosystem and salmon. So we've been publishing a lot of children books to support language revitalization and salmon stewardship. I can talk more. I didn't prepare a talk, but so this year actually my boys started to dance, and this is their second public performance. Quite recently, we had a world premiere of the movie, which we've been working on for like several years. It's a creation story which we staged, which we played with the puppets and shadows. And so we just had a premiere of that movie recently, and they were kind of doing the dance. So I see that the music is ready, so we'll do By the River Dance. Thank you. Our next dance is the drummers dance, and we really play a lot with the drum and kind of celebrate the life. So smelt is the fish that comes first into our rivers. And we really have a big celebration for welcoming the smelt and celebrating the opening of the river from the sea ice. So this dance is about smelt and seagulls. I will dance for you today is, we call it Kovran Rhymes, which is just celebrating the whole life of our homeland.
Wonderful. So we'd like to introduce Lou Lam, who's going to walk us through some guided visioning. I'll pass it over to you, Lam. Thank you.
Very high tech up here. I can see two versions of myself here. We're in the 21st century here. Oh, wow. Thank you so much for having me, for inviting me, Centre of Indigenous Fisheries, Andrea Reed and your team. You know, when I first walked in here, I saw these medicine bundles and notepads and pens and gifts. And I just thought all the little gestures of care that come together when we gather, it's no small thing. So I want to say thank you. And what I was thinking of passing on back to the organizers, you all, is something from my culture. So my name is Lou Lam. You can call me Lou. But my lines come from, Lou is my mother's maiden name. She's Taiwanese Chinese, and she settled here with my dad, who's from Chaozhou, southern China. And they settled in Asanakwa, what's known as Kitsilano, just down the way over there. And this is a ginkgo seed. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but there's ginkgo seeds on campus. But this seed is so powerful that it can survive the atomic bomb. So in Hiroshima, people go and they pray and they find hope, they find resilience by connecting with this tree there, because that's also how powerful you all are, which I just experienced, you know, with Tatiana and Alexander and your family, your dance, the way you brought the beautiful lands and seagulls and smelt, and to see the boys, like, did they not do an amazing job? You know, like, this is very powerful what's happening here right now. So I wanted to just kind of small gesture back to you all who organized. My Chinese name means forest facing the right direction, Lin Xiangxing. So in a way, I really see and feel, you know, what Elder Larry Grant was talking about, like what you all are kind of conveying is that it's time to gather and continue this beautiful work that you do with your lands, with your fish, with your air, with your water, with your people. And it's a funny thing because when I moved back, I was in Takaranto for about 8 years. And when I moved back, I was looking for housing in Vancouver, which is kind of a wild thing. It was hard, but somehow I ended up where I was born, which was in Sinagua, Kitsilano. And my mom said, "Oh, it's like you're a salmon." And this little liquid honey joy grew in my heart. I haven't spent a ton of time with salmon, but what I have learned from the chum, just at the stream down here, there's a tiny little creek, and these chum that are this big come roaring back. Just the little time I spent with them, they changed my life. And you know this, you all know this, and many of you for time immemorial. So what I wanted to support us to do, or invited in to do, was just to gather and center. And I think because we're talking about fish, I anticipate that we'll be talking about everything in a way, and I cannot wait to be a witness to this. In preparation, I went to the creek yesterday where these chum really changed my life, of course. And I was sitting at a cedar tree hollow, and the creek was bubbling, the salmon berries and their bright pink flowers were blooming. And there was a hummingbird that came by with their little white eye looking at me, right? And sword fern beginning to unfurl. And what I saw were the chum, because this is where they come back with their generosity to give back their body, to say, "I'm home and have me now." So in that way, everything is connected, and that's what you are showing me and continue to show me through our gathering today. So to be in person, to be online, welcome everyone. Just when I think about mindfulness, which is the teachings in my own lineage, I don't know, white people always make words sound weird, not exactly right. So I just want to give you my version. And so the Chinese character, it actually means from way, way back, there's many iterations, but it's almost like the spoken teachings of the heart. Mindfulness, spoken teachings of the heart. And so how to be present, we can say one wing, and then the other wing, we're present to the truth of your heart. What is that intention in your heart? What is it, that center core that you know already, that you have to do, be in the right direction? So as I offer you invitation, please just take in what feels true to you, because I'm coming from my own body of teachings, and you're going to have your own body of teachings. So really decide for yourself. And when you do that, you begin to attune to the truth of you, which brings us into our power, I think, today in our gathering. So as we as I suggest, which is to just notice what's in the heart. And you don't have to do this, because sometimes we need to compartmentalize because there's so much going on that we just need to be here. But just notice actually what's happening in the heart, right? So I just want to name it, because sometimes naming can really support us to tame our feelings or to support them to be respected. So there might be nervousness, there might be joy, there might be excited. Presenters might be, jittery inside. There might be numbness, because there's actually a lot going on with your fish, your water, your people, your air, your lands. And just to really acknowledge that, and that's here, so that we can be fully human. And, as Andrea said in one of our meetings, not constrained by colonial ways. So that's just a moment to tune in and see what's here. Another way that I would like to support you to gather through the breath, and the breath is so much like the ocean, eh? If we're even breathing, maybe we're not. And that's okay. That's what we say with mindfulness. We don't judge that, right? So in this kind of oceanic way that we are with our in-breath and out-breath, I've been taught that you can take 3 breaths. And one breath is for yourself. And the second breath is for the person next to you, that you don't even have to turn. You just know they're present. And then the third breath for all of your people, all of your fish, all of your water kin, your land kin, your Arctic kin, and we just go in all four directions and we go past and present. So that is an invitation, and you can take it if you like. So first breath, just acknowledging that your precious living, breathing being is here. Second, just acknowledging that there's a being next to you. It can be whoever it is. And then third, to all your relations in all directions, past and future. So we feel that interconnectivity, just like the hummingbird and the salmonberry are connected to the chum. So we are in all directions. Third breath. My next invitation is to work with water. So I had a chance to, when the DFO does these things where they like release 40,000 coho fry, chum fry. So I had a chance to do that at this little stream on Musqueam lands. It's called Spanish Banks Creek. I don't know how more colonial you can get with the name, but anyhow, just in case you're wondering where it is exactly. And when I supported that release, something happened. A year later, I just went to the stream and they were running up the stream. And I was like, what's happening? That's one data point, but it was incredible. And then the second year, same thing happened. I just had this feeling, and then I was at the stream and they were running up and they were gathering. And many of this, you might already know this, but it was brand new to me. I had this colonized thinking that salmon, they go up the stream by themselves, one solo heroic journey. But they were gathering, and it felt so communal, just at the mouth of the fresh water and the ocean water, gathering before they skid up, mostly gravel, mostly air, not enough water. So I was sitting at the mouth of that creek yesterday, and I said, is it right for me to bring some water to share with the people here who have gathered today? And I asked the creek, what message is important to share? And I hope I understood the creek properly, because I am a learner here. But the creek said, remember the oceanic perspective. And the creek was going beyond into the mud flats. It was kind of floating in, it was low tide, so it was sand flats. And you could see the little rivulets of water, and then that oceanic perspective. So when things get overwhelming and we have emotions that might override us, how do we connect to the depth of that ocean where it is still and quiet and it can hold it all? So the invitation is, I'm going to pour this water, and you're invited to connect with anything that you don't want to hold on to or that feels heavy for you, and just to let go a little bit so that your space and your heart and your spirit and your mind can open to these incredible discoveries, teachings, knowledges, life experience, which is so rich, that's going to be shared. So I'm going to put down a cloth to honor this water. I'm going to set it to the north direction, just as our North Star. And I will start pouring. And it is an invitation for you to just connect with anything that you want to let go of. It could be grief, heaviness, sadness, loss, whatever it might be. So that is the next invitation. I'll just. Um, so I will take that water back to the ocean where the fresh water meets the salt water for you. Intention and visioning. So here we get to really support. I have a feeling you all know what you're doing here and what you want anyways, but just quickly, intention from my tradition actually isn't outcome based. It's what's true in your heart. And I just had a really beautiful morning conversation with my neighbor. Where intention, if we can think about it as what is your deepest truth in your heart. And I suggest that because sometimes in the work that you're doing, things don't always go your way, or else we wouldn't be here in a way, There's so much devastation that has happened, and we can get really attached to the goals. And they're important. Goals are important. We need to do that hard work. But when we can clarify our intention, what's true, deepest in our hearts, then even when what we want to happen doesn't happen, we can remember and go back to that heart place, and that'll keep us going. So in a way, it's a form of resilience. And I think many of you know this already too. So just taking a moment in the work that you do, this like heart that you pour forward, this fight that you keep doing, what is actually your deepest truth here? And if you want to write that down, you can. But if you just want to name it for yourself and remind yourself of your good qualities, please do that. What is your deepest truth? That North Star. And I'm just going to light a tea light into the north so that we can orient, just like the salmon have this GPS in their bodies, they know how to go home. Your hearts also know what you're here meant to do. And if it feels really covered over right now, it doesn't even matter because it's in you. I just want to remind you of that. And when we have our intention, our heart set in that right direction, then we can vision and dream. So as you have already done, many of you, Elder Larry Grant has been doing this forever. With the visioning, center to the invitation would be first to center to your truest, deepest truth in your heart. So that's for you. And maybe it's your people, maybe it's your lands, that sense where every cell in your body feels alive and seen. And the next invitation is to connect with your home waters. And maybe some of you don't know what your home waters are because of colonization, and that's okay. Waters that have loved you, that have cared for you, that you're in relationship to. So what are your home waters like at this time of year in spring? What's the color? What's growing? What do you hope to see? What do you dream to see? And the third is an invitation to come in and connect with the fish that you care about. Or maybe it's the clam, the chinook, the sea lamprey, some of the relatives I've seen in the program today. And just call them into the space with you. They're with us anyways, but And so in this kind of intentionality, I hope that I've gathered your energies in a good way. In my mom speaks Taiwanese. It's a language that is also being lost in our place. And I just want to say Ni Jin Sui. It means you're beautiful. And I hope that you can remember that as you move through today. And it's just, yeah, I'm so grateful to be here. I don't want to freak out in front of you, but Thank you so much for having me.
So we're now going to move into our first, there we go, I'm going to do that. We're now going to move into our first set of presentations. This section is titled Indigenous Knowledges and Lived Experiences. Before we get going though, we also wanted to highlight that we do have some vendors off to the side here and would definitely encourage you to check them out during the breaks that we have throughout the day. But with that being said, our first speaker today is going to be our very own Casey and Kate Mussett and Jenna Duncan. So without further ado, I'll call you up.
All right, thank you for bearing with us. The three of us are here to present on some work that has been ongoing for a little while, but now is publicly available. So we're excited to be sharing how we got to it and to be able to share that with you towards the end of this. So we'll be presenting on our work on biocultural indicators for fish and fish habitat and creating a manual, a guide for the development and implementation of biocultural indicator frameworks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Mussett. I am originally from Mi'kmaq Territory, St. Margaret's Bay, Nova Scotia. I'm a former master's student at the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries. I now serve the Malahat Nation and Wasanich territories on Vancouver Island in the role as fisheries manager, but we are all committed to this work now, past, present, future. So really happy to be here again presenting alongside Casey and Jenna.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, awkward setting. My name is Jenna Duncan. I'm originally from Whitehorse, Yukon. I'm a citizen of the Ta'anquichin Council First Nation, part of the Crow clan. So we have mainly Southern Shoshone and Tlingit heritage on my mom's side, and then mixed ancestry on my dad's side. I'm a senior manager with the First Nations Fisheries Council, but my other hat is supporting the First Nations Fisheries Legacy Fund and this work, and looking forward to sharing with you all a little bit about this work that we all did. Oh. Thanks, Casey. So we're just going to start with a bit of an outline of what we'll walk through. So we'll give a bit of a outline on the project background, the inspirations and the process, and then get into the biocultural indicator framework that was developed for this work, as well as kind of highlighting access and the results, as well as some recommendations. And some of these will make a little bit more sense as we start to walk through. So the First Nations Fisheries Legacy Fund is a collaboration of 6 Hunkaminam speaking nations. So the Katzie, Kwantlen, Coquitlam, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Tawasin First Nations, working in collaboration to restore and protect the Lower Fraser and the Burrard Inlet. And they are who kind of came together and asked for this work to be completed, recognizing, sorry, I'm just gonna go through all those and open them. Addressing that there's some gaps in freshwater management that wasn't including and doesn't include Indigenous knowledge systems. And so wanting to find ways to incorporate Indigenous knowledge and Hunkaminam speaking people's values into watershed management. The needs coming from UNDRIP, DRIPA, the TRC calls to action, and many other pieces there. And this project was really inspired by the work done by the Maori Nation and the New Zealand government to develop a cultural health index in New Zealand that's used to kind of look at watershed health in New Zealand. Sorry, I'm just going to open all of them. So the process that we kind of went through was first developing the research team. So the Legacy Fund reached out to the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries and connected with Kate and Casey, who were integral and are integral to this work. And it was a great pleasure that we were able to work them and have their guidance and input throughout the process. So building some of those relationships between us and me as staff, as well as with our board members from the Legacy Fund, was really a key first step. And then we kind of went into some workshops with community members from the Legacy Fund member nations, looking at biocultural indicators, indicators of watershed health in their communities, sites selection, and putting together a biocultural framework. And these workshops carried on throughout the process, ensuring that we were connecting back in with participants and community members to ensure the work was kind of going in the direction that they were hoping. Interviews and site visits and surveys were conducted to look at some of the indicators within the biocultural framework. The photo on the screen is at one of our site visits at Surrey Bend, where we were able to get some participants out to look at one of the sites that was selected, and Kate will talk a little bit more about that. And then Kate and Casey, me as a little helper, did the ecological field work that did incorporate kind of mainly some of the Western science parameters, but a lot of the Indigenous knowledge pieces as well. And the surveys and site visits really helped inform those pieces of the framework. So I think that's it for me for now.
So as Jenna was mentioning, the goal of this work was to create a framework for assessing salmon habitat, fish and fish habitat, that incorporated all sorts of different ways of knowing. So that's where biocultural indicators really comes from. They're indicators that are rooted in Western science, in Indigenous science, in cultural knowledge, in local knowledge and observations, and it's just a more holistic approach. But weaving together knowledge systems isn't always easy, and there's not a step-by-step process to do it, and there's always going to be locally specific and project specific context under which we're working. So we did our best to try and answer the questions that were posed to us by the nations we were working for and with. And part of that started in understanding what locations on traditional territories were deemed healthy and which were unhealthy. This is a very binary way of looking at things and certainly had its cons, but it was the best way to guide our work at the time. And then from there, understand what are the indicators that are making them healthy or unhealthy. So one of the workshops that we did with our project partners was a community mapping workshop that we did with our GIS Online. And participants would choose areas or choose locations throughout the Lower Fraser region and identify whether or not they were healthy or unhealthy, and then shed some light on some ideas as to, or some reasons, some indicators why they were deeming them healthy or unhealthy. So the blue sites are the healthy ones, the red ones are the unhealthy ones. And then from there, Casey and I were able to go and use our Western scientific educational backgrounds to do some Western science fieldwork in each of these locations, and then focused our surveys, interviews, and some additional workshops on identifying and quantifying the more cultural indicators that we included to create a holistic framework or an all-encompassing framework that Casey's going to talk about right now.
All right, yes, and remember not to hide from the camera. So this was one of our first drafts of the fieldwork or of the indicator framework that we were working on, sort of putting together some of the things that we had heard from community partners in the interviews and in the workshops, and some of the Western science fieldwork that Kate and I were a part of. And of course, we brought this as well. Once we kind of conceptualized the basis of this, we brought this to our community partners to say, does this look right? Have we missed anything? Would you change anything? But as you can see here, we have on the bottom, kind of right-ish bit here, the biological and physical aspects. Those are the Western science ecological framework that, or each ecological fieldwork that we had each contributed different parts to for this, but they also go in tandem with some of the things that we were hearing from community members in these workshops and, you know, ways of engaging. Do you use a site for, you know, X number of things, caretaking? Are First Nations peoples involved in caretaking of this site? You know, is it conditional access in caretaking? Is it complete? And of course, yeah, access as well. Is the site accessible, not just to humans, but also to fish? Is it accessible in ways of, you know, funding to be able to work the health of something? There's so many ways that access played into this. But when we brought this to our community partners, one of our wonderful participants is also a weaver and suggested that we maybe put this in the image of a basket, because none of these parts exist without the other in determining the health of a system. And if you remove any one of them, the whole basket doesn't hold water. So we had a wonderful artist, another Nicole, but not this Nicole, Nicole Marie Burton, who took all of those points and created this wonderful graphic where we do see the basket that has all of these different components. And around the outside is a salmon life cycle with some other creatures that we heard of as indicator species in our workshops as well. But this was all in, you know, watersheds that are salmon spawning habitats. So that's the basis for why we did this work. And in the middle, you can see some pictures of actual photos that were cartoonified of us doing some of the field work in there. But this basket became the framework. It's something very visual, but also fairly simple in its way of communicating the ideas that all have to work together for the health of a system to be, yeah, adequately healthy as determined by our community partners.
So as we did our work, we realized that access became kind of one of the standout themes. Access was woven throughout all of the other indicators. So we ended up focusing a lot on access as we moved through, doing what Jenna did, moved through our work. So access didn't just mean access for people to place, it also meant access for fish to place, and also what access for people and fish really means. Are there like physical barriers? Are there social barriers? Are there governance barriers? And one of the things that Casey and I spoke a lot about was access to fieldwork locations. One of the places that was identified as a site of concern throughout our fieldwork was located within the Coquitlam Water Reservoir. This is an old village site for the Coquitlam Nation, and from a Western science perspective was very healthy. The water quality was fantastic. There was diverse salmon habitat. There was great tree coverage, but the nation wasn't able to access the site to take care of it. And so it kind of begged the question, is this place really healthy if people aren't able to steward it in the ways that they have since time immemorial? Again, I guess I already mentioned this, but speaking about access, not just in terms of how accessible these places are for people, but also for not just for fish getting to habitat, but for people to fish, for people to teach their children about traditional fishing methodologies and ways of relating. Another kind of interesting conversation or barrier that came up around access was access to lab space and equipment. This was something that we as researchers were able to access quite readily, but is access to lab space and equipment something that nations can readily access, given that this framework was something we were creating for nations to use? How easy can nations start an eDNA project, especially when it comes to funding for analysis? These are really incredible Western scientific tools, but they come at a huge cost. And what kind of barriers, or how can we start breaking down those barriers for nations who want to be able to have the same accessibility to tools that we did as university researchers? And the same goes for long-term data storage. Just having the facilities to be able to store some of this data, especially when it comes to biological data and chemical data, and brought up a lot of conversations around Indigenous data sovereignty. And luckily, this was something that was at the core of our work and that Jenna and folks at FNFC were really committed to. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
So one of the projects that was sort of in my wheelhouse, as I have a biochemistry background, was in looking at this tool of eDNA or environmental DNA to see what it might be able to address for First Nations. It's been sort of touted as this great thing. You can just take non-lethal sampling from, in this case, we took water and algae samples. So for this, it was actually lethal sampling, which is another interesting conversation with UBC ethics on the side. But you can take all of these samples that theoretically, you don't have to actually induce fatality in some of these species and still get a lot of information. But there are some restrictions to it that I don't think were really communicated all that well. I will be the first biochemist to admit that we are not the greatest science communicators. So I really saw some of the gaps in communicating between communities and people who are able to carry scientific conversations but just might not have a biochemistry background, and the researchers who just know a certain way to do something. And there was a lot of opportunity with this environmental DNA work to do some of the health assessments that we were talking about, but I definitely saw a big interest without so much information on what can you actually do with this and what are the limitations to your questions. So part of the results that I also included as an appendix in my master's thesis, hopefully for printing one day, was a creation of several infographics for nations to navigate sort of the eDNA space with their own agency, understanding what kind of questions they might be interested in asking and using this tool to address, and what really does this process entail? How do you bring this to a lab? What is the lab going to do with it? What kind of limitations might you have in the kinds of samples you might get? And so this was designed to facilitate conversations between nations and Western science labs who, in my work, I found were not quite ready to engage in conversations of Indigenous data sovereignty or changing some slight methodologies to make sure that, what our ethics and what Indigenous ethics for whatever nation is working with them are met. And I can also be the first biochemist to tell you that it's actually really not hard. So anyone that's telling you that there's a certain way to do it, they're wrong. It's not hard, but that lack of communication between was evident in some of this.
So this is just a graphic representation of some of our results. We would be happy, okay, I'm going to speak on behalf of all of us. We would be happy to chat with anyone afterwards about some of the specifics of our analysis and whatever other methods folks would like to speak about, but just because I know there's some things on here that people might have questions about. But basically what we started to see when we just used Western science-based indicators was that the separation between unhealthy sites and healthy sites wasn't much. There was a lot of overlap in some of these results. There was a bit of a difference between temperature and conductivity, but not by much. And it was only when we started to bring in our quantified biocultural indicators that we started to see the separation and the definition of healthy versus unhealthy sites, which just goes to show that the purview of just using Western science is so limited. And we all know this, but for some reason, this is something that we need to prove to DFO, to the province, to people who are huge proponents of Western science. And this isn't to say that these scientific indicators aren't helpful. They are incredible piece of a larger whole. But what really brings in the separation, and when we start to understand what needs to be done, what needs to be taken care of, and how to steward these places, is when we expand our purview to include different ways of knowing, and not just Indigenous knowledges in general, writ large, but specifically locally relevant knowledge and experiences.
So I'm just going to walk through some of the recommendations, and I think we've covered a few of them already throughout, which is really great. But that kind of key sense on recalibrating Western science approaches to aquatic health, the importance of having those Western science informed indicators, but also having the culturally informed indicators to create that kind of basket and to kind of see that greater picture. We did use the two-eyed seeing approach a lot, and it's such a privilege to have Dr. Albert Marshall in the room with us today. And one of the other key aspects of this work was wanting to ensure that moving forward, that this work would be able to be used in community, so that community can uplift this, and still something that I think we're working through with some of the eDNA work. But one of the pieces of like tools that was used was the Water Rangers kits, which offer kind of more accessible, low cost water monitoring tools. So those were utilized along with some of the more advanced or expensive tools to see how that might compare and how that might look moving forward. And then one of those key pieces, which Kate was mentioning around access, so the improvements in access in many different ranges. Access is a huge piece, and we often get very linear or one kind of focus on what that is. And then resituating kind of monitoring agency so that the nations are able to lead this work. And as Casey mentioned, we just kind of recently wrapped up, took a little while through review, but we put together a biocultural indicator manual as part of this work, and that's available on the First Nations Fisheries Legacy Fund website if anyone's interested, and we'll have hard copies soon. But it walks through all of our learnings, our ways of moving through this. So I know there's some legacy fund nations who are utilizing that framework, but the purpose of that manual is not to, each framework might look different depending on where you are, what community, what watershed you're in, and even with the legacy fund nations, it might look different depending on various different circumstances. So that manual is there as kind of a best practices or a guide for maybe moving through, and some suggestions and some pieces that we thought worked well and others that we would encourage maybe being done differently in the future. So yeah, happy to chat about that more and encourage you to have a look at that if you're interested. For some reason, I didn't think that we had this slide. I think that we've kind of covered through most of it. But I think that, yeah, it was such a privilege for me to be able to work with Kate and Casey and Dr. Andrea Reed on this work. The process that they brought into each time we met with community. I know a part of Casey's work was around ethics and kind of bridging and repairing some of those relationships that have been hurt in the past between First Nations communities and academia. So just really want to hold my hands up to these lovely ladies behind me and how they've approached this work and how they continue to be committed to sharing this work even as their lives kind of progress and go into different places. So I don't know if either of you have anything else? No? Okay, perfect. We'll leave it there. Yeah, thanks so much, everyone.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Casey, Kate, and Jenna. So acknowledging that we're a bit behind schedule, we're going to have our next presentation and then have our break then. So there's one more talk and then a break. So next up, I'd like to introduce Dr. Lauren Eckert and Dr. Shelley Denny.
Thanks so much, Casey and Colton. I'm really honored to be here today sharing a very high-level overview of this work, a project called Fish Outlaws, with my partner in this work, Dr. Shelley Denny. My name is Lauren Eckert. I'm a postdoc in the Centre For Indigenous Fisheries. I am a settler of mixed Northern European descent. I was lucky to grow up in Ohlone territory in California, where I met fish among tide pools in Monterey, and then in Winnebago territory in Sioux City, Iowa. And now I find myself home between here, where we're gathered in UBC on Musqueam territory, Tlingit territory in so-called Alaska, and Kla'amin territory on the Sunshine Coast. And what I'm going to do today is just introduce at the highest level a project that is lifelong work for me, for my colleague Shelley, for Dr. Andrea Reed, and for my colleagues in the center in general, and I know for many of you here. And my hope in presenting this work today is to open the door to further conversation and for collaboration. This is a massive project Fish Outlaws, that seeks to document the unjust criminalization of Indigenous fishers and fisheries in so-called Canada and increasingly beyond, and use equitable knowledge bridging frameworks, including Edweptabunk, two-eyed seeing, as brought forth in the literature by Elder Dr. Albert Marshall, who I'm honored to share the space with today, and other frameworks to explore transformation towards justice. And this project formally began for Andrea and I in 2020 when the two of us and our partners, poet Rena Priest, who I saw here today earlier, but I don't see now, and photojournalist Amy Romer joined forces to embark on a project documenting unjust and pervasive criminalization of Indigenous fisherfolk in the Salish Sea bioregion. And that project rapidly expanded when we were met with a great amount of interest in sharing stories, experiences of injustice, the lived experiences of fishers across Canada who have been criminalized for practicing their inherent right to fish in their waters and with their relations. And we knew when we began this project, but continue to learn in new and compelling ways about the pervasiveness of this criminalization of Indigenous fishers and fisheries, and about how this process works to aim to separate people and fish, people and relations, people and subsistence, people and cultural practice. And so our goal with this project is to document in a formal way this pervasive, ongoing, systemic, colonial issue, this injustice, but also to bring light to the just futures, the actions that lead to just futures, and the envisioning of just futures that are already going on amongst Indigenous partners in the context of Indigenous leadership and governance in so-called Canada and beyond. And I'm going to turn it over to our primary partner in this work from the Unama'ki Institute of Natural Resources, Dr. Shelley Denny, to speak a little bit about the context through which our primary partnership is unfolding, how we're assessing and documenting criminalization in Mi'kma'ki, and efforts to shine light on just futures there. Thanks so much, Shelley, for being here. She's traveled from afar for a very short trip, so we're immensely grateful for your presence.
Thank you, Lauren. Maybe I'll just stand down here. Okay. My name is Shelley Denny. I'm Mi'kmaq from the East Coast. I've recently completed my research in developing a governance model for the implementation of Aboriginal and treaty rights for Mi'kmaq and Nova Scotia. And when I heard about this project, I was really pleased because we have so many examples on the East Coast of the unjust criminalization of our people when they're trying to simply implement their rights to be who they are. Obviously, our challenges are not specific to one fishery or even one type of fishery. Space bar? No. They seem to be throughout, whether it's, fishing for salmon or fishing for smelt. I was really pleased to see an honoring of smelt because I very much, I think that we need to honor all our fish species as one. But it seems to be the more there's an economic opportunity to these fisheries, the severer the punishment, or even the use of other people's pressures to try to stop, just to stop fishing. So not only do we see people being harassed, we see places being burned, we see people, are served unjustly in other ways, such as, not serving or not allowing them to buy bait, not allowing them to buy supplies. So it's quite scary, our situation in the East Coast. It makes it very, very difficult for our people to do this. So the lobster wars and the lobster industry in Atlantic Canada is kind of synonymous with, the implementation of rights and especially the treaty rights over the past 25 years. And more recently, it's been over the glass eel fishery in Nova Scotia. Maintaining our identities is inherently linked to our ways of living and how we continue our traditions and how we maintain those physical, cultural, and even spiritual connections to our fish and to Mother Earth and to our ancestors and to our future. There's also those benefits that we don't talk about, and that's the benefit from the economy and the opportunities to get our people out of poverty. So when we're unjustly criminalized for things, for trying to be who we are, trying to, provide a better future for ourselves and our families, then, these things are very, very difficult to overcome.
Thanks so much, Shelley. And I'll just finish up here by saying our approach to this project is unfolding and multifaceted, as is the case with, I think, every project you'll hear about. It is process-oriented, and some aspects of that process include interviews, guided conversations with individuals who have and are experiencing criminalization, as well as Indigenous leadership, scholars, etc. It also includes knowledge sharing workshops, opportunities to engage with youth about the just futures they envision, facilitating knowledge sharing between elders, youth, and other community members, as well as broad multimedia storytelling. One of the core goals of this work is to recognize and grapple with the fact that many Canadian friends, Canadian citizens, non-Indigenous folks in Canada aren't aware of the pervasiveness of this injustice. And so bringing that forth through compelling story with photojournalists, with artists is also very important to us. But fundamentally, we see this as collaborative and ongoing work. And so if this is something that resonates with you, with your leadership, with your scholarship, or with your life experiences, please feel free to reach out. I'll see if I can navigate backwards. Shelley and my contact information is here, and our burgeoning outreach through fishoutlaws.net is also available here as well. And so we're just excited to be in this space with you, interested in how this work can be leveraged to support just actions on the ground for you, for our collaborators. And thank you again to Shelley and our partners at UINR. Thanks very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Lauren and Shelley. So with that, we're going to move into a bit of a break. A reminder, if you want to chat or have questions for any of the speakers, that you can find them during the break. And those online do leave a comment in the Zoom call. I'll remind you, we have vendors over there and food over there and the washrooms in the hallway to my right. And so we're going to take a 15-minute break. So let's return at about 11:15 to 11:20. Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get going with the next talk here. So up next, I'd like to introduce Alex Duncan and Aaron Jones. So I'll welcome you up to the stage.
Awesome. Ani Bojo Kinuia Minogijgad. Hello, welcome. It is a good day. I'm Alex, as Colton said. I'm going to let Aaron introduce himself after I get through my few slides here. I'm a PhD candidate in the CIF from the Great Lakes, Chippewas and Nawash, unceded First Nation on the beautiful shores of Georgian Bay. I'm going to just briefly talk about sea lamprey. I think Lou gave a shout out to sea lamprey earlier. But yeah, so these are a non-local being to the Great Lakes. They're originally from the Atlantic Ocean. And in the early 1900s, after the construction of some canals to open up the Great Lakes to international shipping, these guys kind of just swam their way into the Great Lakes. And they're built for living in the ocean, and they're parasites. They attach onto the sides of fish, and they essentially suck the fish's blood. But like I said, from the ocean and the Great Lakes, they kind of caused a bunch of collapses of a number of important fish species in the mid-1900s. There's a pretty intense control program in the Great Lakes for these fish. Two main methods: the damming of rivers, so these stop the adults from going upriver to spawn, and then the application of these pesticides called lampricides that kill the little larval, the little baby sea lamprey that reside and hang out at the river sediments for a long time. They're easy targets, about 5 to 7 years. They're these in this larval stage, and they don't move much. So these pesticides kill them. It's a very invasive sort of control program, super successful. Since the 1950s, they've reduced populations by about 90% in the Great Lakes. But this control happens all across the Great Lakes Basin in Canada and the United States. And unfortunately, over that 60 some odd years, there's been a very poor record of consultation or engagement with First Nations and tribes, which is a huge issue. So the research that I'm engaged in right now, I'm partnering with different First Nations and tribes and just talking to them about sea lamprey control. In some instances, they're aware that this stuff's going on, and in other instances, they're not, like my nation and my little sister's nation. We had no idea they've been applying these lampricides in our rivers since the 50s, and that's a huge issue. But we're getting the ball rolling, and there's some significant changes in the Great Lakes, and these organizations that do the control are beginning to recognize not just reserve land, but traditional and treaty areas, and beginning to consult. And there's just some cool pictures of my travels in the summer. I live out of a tent for like 4 months of the year in Great Lakes by choice. Andrea says I have to say by choice because she's not forcing me to live in a tent, but it's certainly fun. And I've had the pleasure to spend a lot of time in Aaron's territory, living out of a tent. Where's Casey? Can you switch the slides, please? I'll pass it over to Aaron to introduce himself.
Awesome. Miigwech, Alex. And ani bojo everyone, Aaron Jones Indigenous, Kidagonzi B and Donjaba, Makwan and Odem. My name is Aaron Jones. I'm from Garden River First Nation. And I come from the Makwa clan. And miigwech for hosting this whole event and for allowing me to speak and share some of my story and some of the work that I'm working on for my home community, which is a small presentation for you, Sea Lamprey Management in Garden River First Nation, a very brief history of cultural impacts and a path towards environmental reconciliation. There's a bit of delay there, no worries. Yeah, I'm Makwa clan, which is Bear Clan. I'm a harvester and subsistence fisherman, natural environment technologist grad, and I work for my community as the fish and wildlife coordinator. Next slide. Oh, and that fish we got there, that's Name, a lake sturgeon, which is, a big fish for my community. So I'm going to be talking about Pasue Azibi, which is the Anishinaabe word for Upper Echo River. It's a small, medium-sized river located next to the Garden River First Nation Reserve, located in the heart of the Great Lakes in between Lake Superior and Lake Huron. This was a very culturally important landscape feature. Garden River First Nation ancestors would conduct yearly harvesting traditions and ceremonies alongside this river every single year. Spring harvests were essential for our survival and cultural continuity, especially with the spring fishing runs of walleye, suckers, and lake sturgeon. This was once part of the original Garden River Reserve, but now only 1/4 of our reserve remains to this day, and invasive sea lamprey found their way to this area in the mid-1900s. Next slide. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, as Aaron said, the heart of the Great Lakes, there's a lot of stories of people from all corners of the Great Lakes traveling to Kitagan-Zibi for fishing and ceremony. It's a very important location. I just wanted to note that.
Oh, miigwech. Some cultural impacts of a sea lamprey barrier dam, which is installed to create a very small waterfall that sea lamprey cannot jump up. So when they can't jump up the waterfall, that means they cannot access spawning grounds. That means a reduction in their future populations. This was installed in 1971 in the Upper Echo River. It blocked invasive species, but also native species. This led to the extirpation of lake sturgeon that historically would spawn in this river. It also had an impact from the Garden River yearly harvesting traditions and ceremonies ceased to exist. We could no longer do our ceremonies and practices, our harvest, when the fish were not getting up that way into the river. Fish like walleye, suckers, lake sturgeon, they lack the ability to jump up waterfalls like salmon, and so they were also not able to reach their spawning ground. This led to multi-generational harms to cultural continuity, a reduction in community food sovereignty, and despite the cultural impacts to our community, the ecological impacts to our water, and multiple dam upgrades, the latest being in 2019, there's never been adequate consultation regarding this dam. So what we are advocating for, the removal or alteration of the dam in a way that is acceptable to Garden River First Nation. Our goal is to get a signed collaboration agreement promising the dam will be removed or altered in a way that is acceptable to the Garden River within a 5-year time frame. That will allow us to do the data collection that we need to create the most informed decision that we can to ensure that we're doing the best possible thing we can do to restore this environment, balancing ecological restoration while still managing those invasive sea lamprey, which are very harmful to our aquatic environment. And the benefits to this, it will restore the local walleye fishery, not just in Echo Lake over there, but the Echo Lake walleye would then go out into the Great Lakes, Lake Huron, the St. Mary's River, and many of the other surrounding water bodies. We would be able to do a lake sturgeon reintroduction project, which would be wildly ambitious because these are very long-lived species, as I think a lot of people here probably know. They're a little bit smaller than the West Coast sturgeon out here. Yeah, and cultural revitalization, we'd be able to do our practices that we haven't done in a very long time. But I think most importantly for me and a lot of the people in my community is this would be an opportunity for us to fulfill our land stewardship obligations. My community owes its existence to Aki, the land, Nabi, the water, and the fish communities that have fed our ancestors since time immemorial. Our community now has the opportunity to show our respect and love for these fish by restoring access to their traditional spawning grounds and to welcome them back home once again. That's all we got today. This presentation was based off of a report that I wrote in collaboration with some of my colleagues over in Garden River First Nation. If anyone is interested in that, you could feel free to contact me and I'd be happy to share that with anyone who's interested in. And this all started from community harvesters and fishermen and documented Indigenous knowledge, documented traditional ecological knowledge, as well as a lot of information from the governmental bodies that made this dam. So miigwech everyone, and happy to chat after if anyone has any other questions. Bama P.
Wonderful. Thank you, Alex and Aaron. So up next, I would like to introduce my relative, probably my cousin, Jared Dick.
All right. I think it's a good idea to hold the mic. I'll follow up on that. So good morning, everyone. Uklama, West Wistenup. My name is West Wistenup. My English name is Jared Dick. I come from the Hoopachesit First Nation in Pearl Alberni. Also, as of last week, an elected counselor for the nation for the first time, so that's interesting. And my day job, where you can find me 9 to 5, I'm a fisheries biologist for Uathluk, the New Challenge Tribal Council Fisheries Department. And I'm here as a master's student to present on my master's research. And I'm a student at UVic at the Marine Ethnoecology Research Lab, supervised by Natalie Ban. And this research is in partnership with Ha'um Fisheries Society, which Colton works for. So I'm here to talk about pairing New Channel knowledge and Western science to inform the West Coast Vancouver Island Chinook rebuilding plan. Oh, spacebar you said, right? Oh gosh. Okay, a little bit of background. So we all know that our people, since time immemorial, have historically sustainably managed salmon and the entire ecosystem. But as we know, with the colonial governments have mismanaged our salmon and caused a lot of their populations to collapse. West Coast Vancouver Island Chinook have been identified as being in the critical zone, and the 2019 Fisheries Act amendments state that when stock is determined to be in the critical zone, the federal government has to develop a rebuilding plan. And some of you may be aware that under Section 2.5, the minister may consider Indigenous knowledge, but how do we consider and include Indigenous knowledge in decision making, and specifically with specific salmon management has yet to, I think, been adequately identified, which is something we're working on. So pretty much the gist of these rebuilding plans is they're very centered around Western science. We have these data points called, or a threshold, it's called limit reference points, and they're, biological criteria established through peer-reviewed science process. If you're below that threshold, then you're in the critical zone. If you're above, you're in the cautious zone. And these have potential impacts to the ecosystem when you're in this critical zone and long-term loss of fishing opportunities. But as DFO recognized, there has been no Indigenous knowledge included in the development of these limit reference points and targets and goals for Chinook salmon rebuilding along the coast. I think I want to identify here is too that we already encounter problems when you look at the spatial scale mismatches of how the government and their framework works versus how we as Nuu-Chah-Nulth work. You see the stock management unit on the left figure of West Coast Vancouver Island split up into 3 conservation units. Well, they manage to the conservation units, these aggregates of populations, where we, Nuu-Chah-Nulth, manage to the rivers. We manage to each individual population. And so we don't like to aggregate things and make a thresholds based on the aggregate. We look at individual rivers. And so even from the get-go, we have a little bit of mismatch and misalignment of our approaches to salmon management. And so the research questions for my master's thesis is, what is a healthy Suha, that's Nuu-Chah-Nulth for Chinook, ecosystem from the perspective of colloquiate? How is it and Mochit First Nation knowledge holders? What cultural, ecological, and socioeconomic indicators emerge? And then how can Nuu-Chah-Nulth knowledge be meaningfully paired or braided with Western science to inform the WCVI Chinook rebuilding plan that DFO has already developed? So this research is overarching methodology is guided by the Eptuat-Munk-Tuat Sing approach. I just want to thank the authors, Dr. Albert Marshall and Andrew Reed, and those who had the courage and wisdom to share this with the broader community. I have a fisheries science background, and so this paper served as inspiration and really helped me understand the approaches to different knowledges and how to try and use them together to create a better understanding of our system. So I lift my hands and want to thank you for sharing that with the world. So my methods, of course, is some community engagement, semi-structured interviews, focus groups, and community workshops. And alongside, I didn't put it on here, doing some Western science literature reviews. So get the knowledge, gather the knowledge from our knowledge holders with the Western science, and then eventually down the road here, see how we can pair and braid it. Oops. And so I guess the question is, rebuilding to what? What are we rebuilding to? Under the framework for rebuilding plans, there's abundance-based targets and genetic targets. So once you have these abundance-based targets, when you hit a certain threshold, you go in the critical or into the cautious zone. And then when you get past this other threshold called the upper stock reference point, then you're in the quote-unquote healthy zone. And luckily, the Chinook rebuilding plan also has genetic targets to account for not just having a hatchery fish inundate a system and getting a bunch of artificial abundance and calling it healthy. So we have some genetic targets to identify when we're moving from zone to zone. But I should mention here and highlight that the rebuilding plan is rebuilding to the cautious zone. We're not rebuilding to a healthy zone. The intent is to eventually get to healthy zone, but the rebuilding plan is complete if we hit these targets and enter the cautious zone, which is questionable in my opinion. So yeah, this is just directly out of the rebuilding plan. There's the abundance-based targets that are the aggregates, a number on all the rivers combined in each conservation unit, and then a genetic target and a demographic target where all the target is we need to understand the demographics. So that's definitely a shortfall, and I'm going to throw some shade on that right here. But I think I want to highlight here from this paper by Lam et al. Is, the moving from critical into cautious, those are minimum viable population targets. We're moving from over time into collapse and say this is now the threshold where now we're in the cautious zone, but really our people are looking to get to this target, where we have culturally meaningful recovery, where we gain back our lost cultural practices and harvest opportunities that we don't have even at the recovered cautious zone. And this is an example I wanted to highlight where, one of the rivers in Clayoquot Sound, we rebuilt it to, over 3,500 fish. But as the elder Larry mentioned, this is all hatchery production. And as soon as we stepped away, the system collapsed again. And so it's kind of a facade when you just have abundance-based targets. What we're trying to do is have a self-sustaining run. And I think this example kind of shows how the the ecosystem is broken. And so we need to have an ecosystem approach to recovery. So what is healthy? What must a rebuilding plan contain? I think I'm going to kind of, I've run out of time here. This is okay because this is kind of a really important figure that kind of really effectively summarizes what we're talking about. I'm going to use the West Coast Vancouver Island herring example to illustrate what we're kind of working on. And so what we see here is under the approach I was talking about earlier, you go from critical to cautious to healthy based on increasing abundance or biomass. And so what we see here is, I think this figure kind of on the upper bar shows that, like, with Indigenous knowledge systems, once we get into the upper stock reference point, only then are we approaching the cautious zone. And once we're well into a biomass and abundance, then we're healthy and we're, ecologically restored. And so what we're working on is trying to identify, not because a DFO says we hit some number, now we're healthy. What are the new health indicators, goals, targets? What do we consider when we're determining we're in the healthy zone? Because right now with West Coast Vancouver Island herring, we have technically surpassed the upper stock reference point. And so DFO is saying, let's open up commercial fisheries. And throughout my interview process, I asked the elders, so we're past this, modeled number of being now in the healthy zone. Are herring healthy? And every elder I talked to said, absolutely not. I don't think we should open up our fisheries. We're not healthy yet. We haven't met our indicators of health. And so this is something we want to try and avoid with Chinook salmon. Is just because the models say we're healthy doesn't mean we're healthy, because our people know when it's healthy. And that's something we're going to try and figure out for Chinook salmon here for the West Coast of Vancouver Island. It's an example of if the knowledge systems are incompatible, maybe we can do a side-by-side criteria similar to some work done up north. And here are some from the interviews, some of the themes, categories, and ideas mentioned. We have lots of talk about hatcheries and thoughts on hatchery input. And I think I want to mention that, we were talking about, fishing and food and loss of opportunity through depletion. And I think our people consider targets and goals largely based around abundance, the distribution, and access in fishing and food. Those are some of the primary reoccurring themes that come up. If our people are accessing fish because we know there's a great enough abundance, then we are probably moving towards a healthy state. So yeah, abundance, distribution, fishing, and food. Some other interesting indicators coming up. Bears on the river. Rivers that have no fish. I swim the rivers in the fall to do stock assessment. No fish equals no bears, and they're dead rivers. And so there's all sorts of interesting indicators that we can use to inform DFO and help them identify when we think our Chinook salmon are in a healthy state or a cautious state. And I'll leave it there. Kleko.
Great, thank you, all of our presenters. Also kind of feels weird to say that since I was part of that, but thank you all of our presenters from earlier on this morning. We're now going to move into the next section of presentations, and these are land and community-based learning and research. So we'll have our first presenter coming up, Max. We'll get you to come up to the stage here. And we'll let you take it away. We just have to put the slides up.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here today. Thank you for our hosts for welcoming us here today. My name is Max. I'm from Seattle, Washington originally, of settler descent, territory of Shilshalt. I am here today to talk to you about a land-based learning program that I co-lead in partnership with Gitgat First Nation. I'm going to vamp a little bit while we wait for the slides to come up, but I think I want to be clear at the beginning that I'm not here in an official role representing the nation. I work in partnership. I have friends who are nation members, collaborators, team members, but the words that I'm sharing with you today are my own and are my sort of journey through this process. To start off, I'm talking about land-based learning. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about where I got my knowledge from. This is my grandmother, Miss Jean Worthley. This is her on Mr. Rogers in 1972, talking about how to make a terrarium. She was a teacher and a naturalist and an educator, and I would not be here without what she taught me. I'm here to talk to you today about a place and a program. The place is Lakusid in Smalyak, meaning the place that squirts. It is a clam harvesting site, a traditional village site, a place of great power in the core territory of Lahik, the Eagle clan of the Gitgat First Nation. Please no screenshots for those of you online. Thank you and acknowledgement to everyone who helped us along the way. So many people I can't get there, but primarily I want to thank my two co-facilitators, Bryn Letham and Kimlee Thompson, as well as Cam Hill, the principal of the Hartley Bay School in Hartley Bay, which is the core town for Gitgat First Nation, and Simone Reese, who is the Director Emeritus of Gitgat Oceans and Lands Department. So, first, the location, Clamstown. This is an aerial photo of the beach at Clamstown. As the name suggests, it is a place known for its clams. The people of Gitgat First Nation have lived there for many thousands of years, coming there in the first place to meet with the clams. And then a place grows up around it, right, as people live there and change the space. I started work at Clamstown in 2021, and in that year and the year after, through conversations with collaborators at the Oceans and Lands Department and Chief and Council, both formal and informal consultation, we developed a plan for a field school program to increase community engagement with the place. Through these conversations, we came up with a list of priorities. These are not in order of priority, but they are in the order I'm going to talk about them. First, was to educate neighbors. Gitgat territory is about 4 hours by boat south of Prince Rupert. Many Gitgat members live in Prince Rupert, but most people in Prince Rupert know nothing about the nation or the territory. To do that, we started in partnership with Coast Mountain College, a college credit course. Priority number 2 was to connect youth to territory. This was maybe, in terms of importance, the primary goal of our program, was to use funding, which we acquired through the Indigenous Strategic Initiative, to bring students from the nation's school, the Hartley Bay School, to this site, along with elders and knowledge holders from the nation, to engage with learning at this important place. And finally, there was a research component, upholding Gitgat sovereignty, rights to territory, and wellness through an applied research program looking at traditional food use at the site, as well as occupation. So first, Coast Mountain College course, we had 6 to 8 students a year, a number agreed upon with the nation, who did a week of classes in Prince Rupert, where we talked about everything we possibly could, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., ecology, Indigenous stewardship, Indigenous rights to place on the North Coast. We talked about plants, clams, animals, fisheries, archaeology, all of the above. Then we spent a week in the field at Clamstown, where we do a variety of field methods in, again, archaeology, ecology, teaching our students about the place and about the importance of the place to the nation. Second, the Hartley Bay School field trips. Every day we were on site, we had full-time guardians, 2 guardians from Gitgat on our crew, and we were visited each day by students from the nation, ranging from 6 years old to 18 years old. We had elementary school program, middle school, high school, coming out with teachers, with knowledge holders, working with our team. You know, with the younger kids, it's more informal, it's play-based. We're lying around in the forest, we're looking at the clams, that sort of thing. With the high schoolers and the middle schoolers, we got into more applied learning, both harvest and sort of Western scientific techniques, doing things like tree coring to look at how the site has changed over the last 100 years. Since continuous occupation at the site ceased, and also looking at things like clam abundance and creatures in the intertidal, that sort of thing. And finally, we had our applied research portion of the program, where we, with the students from the Hartley Bay School, as well as the Coast Mountain College students, did a series of small research surveys, archaeological, ecological, and clam. I'm going to talk a little bit about each one. First, for the archaeology. When done in the right way, archaeology can be a very intimate and direct way of learning from the landscape, right? Of engaging directly with the acts of ancestors who were creating this land over thousands of years, right? Everything that we're standing on at this site when we are out there is a built environment. Over the time that the Gigata lived at this site, it changed from a place where there was a rocky seashore that's 15 meters above where it is today to today's seashore. The people followed the water as the sea level changed, and as they did that, they built land out of clam, out of salmon, out of seaweed and herring. And archaeology can inform us about how they did that and inform the nation about the methods that their ancestors used. For clams, again, we did a series of surveys. The site is today experiencing issues with harmful algal blooms. So our research there is directed at reconnecting community to the site and also examining whether those harmful algal blooms are caused by changes in conditions, whether it's an artifact of barriers to community access. The beaches are no longer being tended in the same way they were before. Is that causing an increase in toxicity? And then with plants, looking at cultural plant use. As I said, it was the people, the Gigata, who made this place, bringing plants from all over the territory to grow orchards of moaks, crabapple, to grow chocolate lily and root gardens and berry patches. And we do a series of surveys around the site to document those using Western science, which then can support territorial sovereignty when talking about use of site, because often from the Western governmental perspective, it's reduced to this sort of like area of the reserve, you lived here, you didn't, and we're trying to do what we can to expand that definition of site and area use. We encountered a lot of logistical difficulties. I'm not going to sit on the challenges too much, but as we all know, I think working in coastal areas, it's hard to access. The main barrier to community engagement that we were using the ISI funds to address is getting to the site. It's just finding the funds to get kids out there, to get the school out. It's expensive. It costs thousands and thousands of dollars per trip to do this kind of work. It's also dangerous and unpredictable. A storm comes up and the kids can't come out, you know? So funding has been an issue. Like I said, the ISI supported this. We have struggled to find any other organization that is willing to fund. It's a little too researchy for community-based programs. It's a little too community-based for research programs. So a lot of gratitude to the Indigenous Strategic Initiative for supporting us. And finally, capacity, not just for the nation where capacity is very limited. The nation's entire government consists of 30 or 40 people, and they have much bigger problems than our program, right? But also our own capacity. I've spent hundreds of hours working for free on this, and that's not sustainable, right? And capacity from the college's perspective. Coast Mountain College is a small rural college. The Prince Rupert campus is an offshoot campus, and they struggle with funding. They struggle with capacity. So trying to figure out how to make the space for all of us to be able to do the work when everyone has a million other things that they need to be doing. This is a photo of a day when we had a series of community meetings organized around a midnight low tide clam expedition, and a winter storm came in and it was -20, and the coolant lines on the boats froze. So we didn't end up getting out, but we pivoted and did other stuff instead. I'm out of time, so thank you to everyone, again, who participated in this work. Thank you to all the plants, animals, the land. We couldn't have done it without any of those things. And yeah. If you want to get in touch, ask any questions for folks online, that's my email. Happy to talk in person. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Max. Next up, we're going to have a duo from some of our CIF members here, Nasia and Andrea.
I swayal Entha Natsia Talit and Lakamo Lakaltzap Will Witqui si Lachkibu ni Gan Tsesnaum will jogai. My name is Nasia Moore. I am one of Andrea's students. I am from the Niska and Lakamo nations, and I wanted to share a bit today about some fish camps that Andrea has invited me to support. For the last 2 years, I've been helping with seasonal youth camps in our territory. Andrea and her other half, JF Lane, have been facilitating these camps in her home village of King Coleth since 2016. So myself and other students have been supporting this ongoing work that they have started. Nicole and Kate and Casey have all come up to our territory to help facilitate as well. And my little brother is in the top left corner here. He's self-proclaimed not a fish person, but ever since we have been spending time with youth in our territory, he's been doing a lot of fishy things, to be honest. He would be embarrassed if I said that, but he has moved home since last September and has been helping for this past year with our seasonal fish camps. I think they're really special because we're all fish people, and it's a way for myself and other urban Niska students who we've invited to participate. Some folks pictured here who couldn't join us today are Patrick Canning in our group photo, and Chelsea and Cherish Perry, who all grew up in the Lower Mainland as well. So Andrea has created opportunities for us to come home, to get paid and have access to come back to our communities to share what we love about fish and rivers and science. I think it's important that they're seasonal, that we usually follow the rhythms of the river. We do an Ulakin camp in the spring and a salmon camp in the summer. We do a variety of things. We've gone paddling. We've done water quality monitoring. We pick berries. We play games. A lot of it is youth-led as well. So even though we might do a lot of planning ahead of time, based on what the youth need, we're really flexible and adaptive to make sure that it's fun, like Andrea said. I guess one other thing I wanted to share is there's a Nisga'a word that I think about a lot, timgesti, which means to learn something by heart. And I think spending time outside in community is one of the best ways to do that. I also wanted to note, I included a photo of Andrea and I from Hobaye with some of the youth who are part of our family. And I think that's another aspect of this work that is really special. We get to spend time with these youth not only through these camps, but also anytime we come home for cultural events. And everyone knows us now. Everyone in our village, we might not have met them, but their kids talk about my brother and I from the work that we do with Andrea. Do you want to share?
Sure. I will quickly highlight a couple things, which is that it's just such a gift to get to welcome these young people up to help come and co-facilitate. All the village kids think that they all live at my house, will come by the door and be like, can they come out and play? So it is truly tremendous that we have been able to do this. And I think it really brings a lot of the youth out of their shell to like see these folks come up from Vancouver and they get to be really proud and show them around our territory and share the language with them, so that learning, just as it is in this space, is flowing in all directions. And that's what I value most. But Naz didn't even need me up here today. She did wonderfully. So thanks.
Hi, Chkasiam. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Well, I guess I got to get up onto the podium a little bit. We're going to shift into some online contributors now. So I hope you are ready and waiting if you are online. First up, we're going to have Trinity Mack and Rainwater. Rainwater, you just got quite the introduction there.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Trinity Mack. I am the Fisheries Reconciliation Manager for the New Hulk Stewardship Office, and I would like to thank all of the organizers here today for allowing me to be here and to talk about youth and stewardship and also talk about some of the efforts made by the New Hulk Stewardship Office in promoting youth and stewardship and really pushing youth to get outside of their comfort zones and to really put themselves out there when it comes to stewardship and stewarding our ancestral territories. So in my topic today, I'm going to be talking about youth and stewardship. And I'm going to be talking about a unique program called the SEAS program, which is a supporting emerging Aboriginal stewards program that is designed, led, and championed by the First Nations communities that this program is meant to serve. So this program is a model that allows processes to reflect unique cultures and to adapt to community-specific factors and key stewardship issues. So through nation-led marine protection and conservation efforts by the New Hulk Nation, along with the 4 other Central Coast nations, the SEAS program was developed. So I also want to New Hulk Nation has the SEAS program, Heldsick, Awikino, and as well as Kitasoo KK's Nation. So I first wanted to start off with nation-led marine planning. So I just want to first start off by saying that these processes have been ongoing for decades and decades, way before my time, as well as others here. So this process has been a longevity process in terms of marine planning and marine spatial planning. So at the community level, they first started to develop the New Hulk Marine Use Plan. That took well over a decade to finalize. And through collective and common principles of stewardship, the Central Coast nations decided to build the Central Coast Marine Use Plan, which then developed and came on with the province in the Marine Plan Partnership for the North Pacific Coast in 2015, as well as some other reconciliation framework agreements for oceans management and protection. Moving into collaborative governance of fisheries, we have gone into the Fisheries Resource Reconciliation Agreement that was signed in 2021, and then moving all of these processes into the Marine Protection Area Network Action Plan for the Northern Shelf Bioregion. And now we're looking and moving and shifting towards a National Marine Conservation Area Reserve, and then also looking at different Indigenous protected and conserved areas as IPCAs. Our nation has always used some form of spatial management through hereditary chieftainship and resource management as well. It is no doubt that these nations and my nation have gone through these long processes with the province and the federal government to start implementing marine protection over our communities. So I next want to go into that all of these efforts and management and planning has the goal and the precedent of conserving our traditional territories and resources for the next generation and those yet unborn. That principle has been instilled in all of these network agreements, these reconciliation agreements, as well as even localized in our own marine use plan. First Nations communities have stood witness for decades on the unsustainable management of marine and fisheries resources. Our nations have seen declines in their lifetime, and we as youth have always listened to their stories of our parents and our grandparents and our relatives on what once was. And I really believe that we are a part of a younger generation of youth and First Nations youth who have been unable to see a thriving and healthy, balanced ecosystem that once was, that our relatives and our family members and our matriarchs and our hereditary chiefs constantly tell us about. Through nation efforts, the SEAS program gives young Indigenous youth the opportunity to become involved with local stewardship efforts and can inspire them to become involved. We believe it's important to create space, awareness, and understanding of the key and most impactful stewardship issues we face in small and remote communities. The SEAS program provides a wide range of workspace opportunity and building understanding of local stewardship, like the New Hawk Stewardship Office, where we have a fish and wildlife lab and a fish wheel, and also collaborating with BC Parks on some of their work that they do. So these interns will go into a work placement with these organizations to really build an understanding of what these programs mean, as well as how they can also become involved. So working with DFO Snootley Hatchery in the Bella Coola Valley, DFO Stock Assessment, local NGOs, as well as academics, collaborating with other Central Coast Seas programs as well as local businesses. There are many success stories of the SEAS program, like myself. I participated in the SEAS program when I was in my late teenage years, and now I get to fill a position of resource management and fisheries management for my nation, as well as my other colleague here, Rainwater Pootlis. She has also been a part of the SEAS program and was influenced by that program to shift into fisheries as well. And there are numerous other examples of youth and people who are now shifting into natural resource management or even at a technical level. And most of these interns have been employed or had the opportunity to be employed by these local offices through this program and building relationships through the program. So I really want to emphasize the importance of having youth in stewardship. I believe that colonialism has really shifted the way that youth become involved in stewardship and the displacement of language and culture that youth face in these processes as we keep moving forward in modern day. We are truly the answers to our ancestors' prayers. They prayed and fought for our people to be here today, to keep the fight on, to conserve the longevity of our knowledge and our knowledge systems that have been passed down by generations. We are following their footsteps into today's world, where all of our fights happen through court cases and written agreements with Canada. But we are adapting with pride and resiliency, and First Nations are not. We are all born with the responsibility to conserve our space and all of the life that exists here. We are all dependent on the health of the ecosystem, whoever and whatever we do. The SEAS program has been active for more than 10 years. And I would like to shout out one of our elder matriarchs who had passed away a couple years ago, Esther Hands, who was really involved in the SEAS program and who really pushed for this program to be at the community level and had really taught young stewards how to take care of our lands, how to build principles within themselves to build that mindset of stewardship and cultural and health of our territory. With that, I know it was really, really quick, but I would just like to say Statunits. And I would love to take any questions any of you may have, but yeah, I would just like to keep it short. I really appreciate the organizers as well as everyone who is involved in making this gathering happen. And yeah, I would really like to give a shout out for the folks who let me have the opportunity to speak today. Yeah, so thank you.
All right, thank you, Trinity. That was wonderful to see all the images that you had. So next we're going to shift to another one of our online presenters, Jared Gonet.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jared Gannett. I'm a director of a plucky little group of individuals called Swim and Speak as Salmon, looking to train people in advocacy. And I'll take you through that, where this journey's at, how it came to be. You're seeing my presenter view. Let's just leave it at that. Okay. So for myself, I'm Jared Gannett. I'm from the north here. I'm Carcos First Nation, a little bit mixed with everything else. I like to call myself Hines 57 of the North. And yeah, and a little talk here today about the program and where we're at, where we're going. And really the name itself I just want to talk about. So it's a little bit of a homage to a story on the West Coast and interior called Salmon Boy. Definitely look into it. It's just a story about a child who disrespected salmon and then became salmon himself and kind of learned from salmon culture and came back and brought those teachings there. And also to put us in the right frame of mind for this very quick introduction or this very quick presentation. Oh, there we go. I'm starting to see more. I want to read a very quick quote from Ernestine Hayes, a Clickett author, which sort of some more inspiration for like why centering Indigenous knowledge in all this work and Indigenous ways of being, even though I like to think indigenously, is so important. So this is from a book called about salmon, or the Salmon Project, and she writes in Seasons there. So the original people were told they must speak the new language. They were told they must wear the new clothes. They were told they must gather from the ocean for profit and not for balance. And they must look upon fish as things and not as salmon people. They were told they must join the white tide. They were told they must obtain the new form of education, and they must teach themselves this new way of thinking. They were told they must associate being successful with being educated and being modern with the new white tide. They were told they owed it to their futures to turn away from the teachings of the past. So on that, this program is really like thinking about turning back to those teachings and like centering them in every way we can, even in the name. And it was born through some of my work years back, talking with people in the Yukon about Indigenous-led conservation. And there was Norma, Cassie, and I kind of pushing this forward. So a bit of an introduction to like, okay, great, what does all that mean? Is getting together a cohort of individuals, primarily Indigenous youth and some non-Indigenous youth from this place, dedicated to this place in the Yukon territories along the Yukon River, stretching into Alaska. So you have one Alaskan participant right now. So in the idea, like some of the goals, there's like maintain those spiritual, emotional, physical, mental connections for youth, others. And we want to train, support, encourage these people to become leaders in this, salmon conservation and all the different ways you can do that. So community visits is like part of that. We go to community, we will be going to community and visiting with people. I think for this summer, we had hoped to go into Alaska. We may have had to make some shifts due to our current geopolitical mess. And we are coming down to southern BC, which we'd hoped to do later on in the program, but we're just shifting around. So stay tuned. You'll see us around in more like the Highland area. Another goal is, gaining that place-based knowledge across multiple languages and regions that speak to salmon issues and those solutions supported by both ancient knowledge and Western science. So in the program right now, we have, I think, reps from about 6 different nations. So there's somebody, Keyshawn Sawyer from Selkirk, John Robinson from Trondequichin in Dawson, Chris Awa from Kwalin Dun First Nation around Whitehorse. We have Nika Silverfox Young. She's our youth lead. She's Little Salmon Carmax First Nation. Mackenzie Ingleshoe, who from Fort Yukon, Gwich'ezh'e. She's Gwich'ezh'e. And then Zakayla Nitro. She's Vantek Gwich'in from Old Crow. And then we have our youth, our non-Indigenous allies who are like from the Yukon and like show dedication and love for place here. That's Emily Ross, Juliet Greetum, and Maddie Mead. And we have a project team that kind of helps shepherd all this forward, considering it's like a lot of work. It's myself and Nika's on that team, Paul McCartney, Kate Curtis, and Cole Rondo. A couple of them are on the thing right now. So what's like some of the training? What does that mean? What does it look like? It's getting together like I guess we get together for a week every now and then and bring together speakers, kind of around advocacy, all the different forms, people in leadership who advocate in their own way, but maybe people doing research, people who work in First Nation governments, like boots on the ground people in their own form of advocacy. We also like focus a lot on that like emotional element too, noting like advocacy is hard work and we need to be strong in ourselves to maintain that. And we need to teach ourselves as we go forward how to be strong in our emotional development. So the picture on the right there was a workshop with somebody named Dr. Lee Brown who came and we talked about emotional competency together. That was in partnership with a few others, Reconnection Vision and Living Worldviews that are groups up here. Another important part of this work. So we've created this project a little bit outside, but in partnership with First Nation governments. And that's just owing to the fact like we want to make sure that we create the most safe place possible that we can, while supporting governments as First Nation governments as much as possible, their sovereignty, but being a bit free of those political influences, those headwinds so often in First Nation governments, but and being able to create that safe place where people could come together is just so incredibly important, and that could be maintained going forward. So we've created some values together, and some of those are listed there. We've made commitments to create like that safe place for all gender diverse people, noting that there's a lot of pushback in that realm, especially like as we're a trans-boundary organization. We also draw from First Nation principles, teachings in the region, and yet we're building those out together as we come together. Like we'll talk about respect and what that means, and get youth input on that, young leader input, and help define it together from that grounding of what the elders teach us in this region of what respect means. So some of the broad goals that kind of help shape what we do, where we go as well. So we're always trying to reconnect youth, young leaders with ancestral knowledge and practices, and trying to foster youth leadership and advocacy, promoting that emotional and spiritual growth. For example, going for sweats and making opportunities for that. Also, we want to make sure that we build skills with anybody that they can go forward and like have that employment and sustainability for helping themselves. And of course, keeping salmon relatives alive and flourishing. So pictures from one of our trainings. That was Nika Silverbox Young leading us in salmon skin tanning. And last slide. So we also build out those opportunities for going to conferences, recognizing like conferences are like a deep place to share knowledge. So a couple of people from the group are here today. And putting money towards this like.
Thank you, Jared. And next we're going to hear from Jamie Grimm. So whenever you're ready, Jamie.
Hi, everyone. I am so grateful to be here with you. This is a little weird, not being in this space, but thank you for accommodating me in this way. Share slides. So I'm going to talk to you today about some work that I've come to in my role as a PhD candidate at the University of Toronto. And I'll start by just introducing myself a little more for those of you who don't know me. So I come from mixed heritage. I'm Anishinaabekwe on my dad's side. I come from the Manitoba Saulteaux tribe. And on my mom's side, I come from Western European, mostly Swiss descent. I'm a first generation university learner. I am a daughter, a sister, and auntie. And I grew up away from my traditional territories on the West Coast in the Lower Mainland, which is where my research has brought me back to. And I'm, really mindful about these special places and salmon places. So my primary PhD research is really focusing on Pacific salmon health and thinking about the impacts of salmon aquaculture on wild salmon. And in doing this work, I, of course, cannot do it alone. I have so many partners who I'm really grateful to for having me in their territories and working together on this project. And some of these partners, we are working through a process of co-producing this knowledge together. Other partners are a little more hands-off. They were more in the role of providing consent and allowing me to move forward in the ways that I felt were best. I really left it up to each partner and each nation to, set the tone for that relationship. But in doing this work, and especially thinking about co-producing this knowledge, I was really inspired by a class I took with Andrea in, I think, the second year of my PhD. And then in my own journey, I really began to recognize for myself that the academic norms that we work in our university or research institutions really aren't very well suited to doing co-produced research in this way. And I think that our academic paradigms really actually disincentivize doing responsible co-production and taking the time it takes to, build relationships and do things in a good way. And this, is not a new idea. Others in this room in person have thought and spoken and written about these ideas as well. And I think that everyone here probably knows that that is especially true for co-production with Indigenous communities. So we have to contend with the past harms and ongoing harms that academic researchers do to Indigenous communities. We have this added responsibility of navigating rights and sovereignty, especially when it comes to knowledge that is shared and when and where it is appropriate to share for us. And thinking about, different worldviews and ways of approaching research. And so in my journey, thinking about all these challenges and trying to navigate them, I have gotten a lot of inspiration in seeking out how we can do this better as speaking as an academic in this system. And a lot of papers have come out providing critical guidance for doing this kind of work. And here's just a QR code if you wanted to look at any of these or some others that I have on this list. But it really got me thinking about a lot of this guidance was really focused on how individual researchers need to enter these relationships. And it got me thinking about what are the challenges that arise from our academic structures, and what are the responsibilities we have as academics to, help mitigate some of these challenges, and where can these challenges be mitigated by other people in the academy? So a lot of this work seems to fall to students and early career researchers, or the actual researchers that are on the ground or in the water in these communities. But what can our academic institutions do to better support us? And just like all of my work, I could not, come to this by myself. It's always a team effort. So I want to acknowledge, without listing all of the names, wonderful people who have helped inform my thinking and worked on this project with me, including a lot of people who are in the room there today and maybe online. And so together we came and we decided we would have a series of workshops where we would try to identify some of these challenges and some solutions to those challenges together. I naively thought that we would be able to do this in 2 workshops, one where we would identify challenges and one where we could identify solutions. I should have known that there was going to be so much more knowledge to share than just that. So we ended up having a total of 6 workshops, where the first we did really try to highlight some of the challenges that we had faced in our own experiences, and then spent the rest of our time together thinking about what solutions can we implement. So we ended up coming up with 22 challenges and about 120 solutions that could be implemented. And so I'm just going to talk you through how we, tried to bring all this knowledge together in a framework that can make sense both to us and to, actors in the academic system that we could bring these ideas to. So we've started by first categorizing the challenges and solutions with regards to where they either came up or could be implemented for solutions in the co-production process. So thinking about things like, before we start co-producing research, what are some of the challenges and solutions? During the project planning stages, or project execution, or dissemination. Or maybe some of these challenges and solutions were more systemic and they didn't fall neatly into one stage in the process. We also thought about who in the academy is responsible for implementing these solutions, or best suited to implement these solutions, whether that should be the students and postdocs who are doing a lot of this work, or our PIs, our departments and universities, or our funding bodies. So I have very limited time with you today, so I'm going to just share a couple things with you. So here, the 22 challenges we came up with are on the vertical axis here. And here's how we as a collective group scored them in terms of what stage of the co-production process they belonged in, or when they would first arise in our experience. And as you can see, a lot of these are arising before we even start a project or thinking about co-production, or systemically, and not just occurring at one stage in the process. So to give you just a taste of what some of these challenges are, one was deciding whether co-production was even appropriate or necessary for a given project. And also thinking about how our academic institutions don't always recognize the labor that goes into co-production as scientific labor, which may, inadvertently or willfully encourage researchers to kind of skip steps or not do things as they should be, because they're under the pressure of these academic merit systems. In terms of solutions, we decided to think about them in terms of, on the left here, you can see kind of the actions that we thought we would need to take to implement the more detailed solutions, which I'm not going to share with you today. And in terms of the stage of the co-production process that these should be implemented in, again, these are largely systemic solutions that we need to think about throughout the research process or before we get started. And in terms of who is best suited to implement these solutions, we think a lot of this labor can be taken up by our principal investigators and by our research or academic institutions. So for, like I mentioned, a lot of this labor is falling to students. And I think that there's a lot more that our institutions can do to support us doing work in a good way. So we came up with some calls to action that we're going to share both in a publication, but also hopefully in some like briefing notes to our universities and funding bodies. And these include creating space for Indigenous leadership and to adapt to our Indigenous ways of doing and knowing rather than expecting us to adapt to the academy. Creating long-term funding opportunities to build capacity and support partnerships. Recognizing that co-produced research or Indigenous-led research is equally, if not more rigorous than traditional unpartnered academic research. And providing flexibility for trainees, you know, in terms of timelines, in terms of what's expected in a PhD chapter. And I just want to end with a couple concluding remarks. I want to be careful that I'm not creating a false dichotomy here. Of course, Indigenous science is science and Indigenous people are scientists. I am an Indigenous scientist. But primarily we wrote this piece and are thinking about this project from our perspectives in or adjacent to the academy. And partnerships are, of course, two-way streets. Here, I didn't go to all of my community partners and ask what they thought the best challenge or the most important challenges and solutions should be. Some other work has done some of that labor, including a paper that was led by Sarah Cannon and Joseph Gazing-Wolf. There's actually a companion piece to this piece by Joseph that is going to be coming out very soon. Thinking about some of these from our Indigenous partners' perspectives. But finally, I just want to emphasize the goal of this piece was really to place the responsibility on the academy to be driving reconciliation and supporting Indigenous scientists, Indigenous communities, Indigenous peoples respectfully and where they're asked to. So that's all the time I have. I wanted to say again, Chimigwich for having me, for the organizers. I'm so grateful to be invited into this space. I wish I were there in person to chat with you, but I put my email here. I would love to hear more from you. So please feel free to reach out. This piece that we're writing, or many pieces that we're writing coming out of this work, are still in progress. So I would love to hear thoughts. Chimigwich, thank you. I appreciate you all. Goodbye.
For everybody who is in person, being patient with lunch coming around the corner here. It might not be any surprise to anybody that some of these meetings do go a little bit long, especially when we're talking about the kind of stuff that we are talking about. So we appreciate you being patient. So lunch will now be served.
Half an hour of open mic for anyone who has questions or things that they want to share. So feel free to come up here and we'll turn the mic on for you. Oh my God, or we can go into the audience, pick on some people. Well, does anybody want to do open mic now? You can raise your hand and we can hand the mic to you. Zoe, I'm coming to you. This is a dumb question. Will it lose connection if I travel with it? Okay.
Thank you. Well, Alex asked if I would go. No, I'm not supposed to share that. But it's okay. I'm really chatty anyways. So I just wanted to say a big, deep thank you to all of you for the work that you are doing, to Dr. Reed for creating this space. I was thinking this morning about my late stepdad, Wayne Emerson Roberts. He was a Red River Métis scientist, and he started documenting the decline of bull trout in central Alberta in the 60s in his teens. And I think, you know, people like Wayne dropped out of their PhDs, I think largely because the kind of community-based work that they were trying to do in the 70s just was really hard. And I was thinking this morning that if Wayne were still here, I think he would just be so blown away by what you have all built. And so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. You know, to just see this flourish is so powerful and it's so exciting, and you've all put in such immense work. And so just thank you. I think it gives us hope in other parts of the country too. You know, Alberta is a hard place to do fish slayings for lots of reasons. And these beacons of hope that you're creating are going to help keep things going forward. So just Ginanaskomitin, thank you for what you do, and all of you are such key parts of creating that hope. So that's what I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. People in the center love you. Wow, I'm killing it. I think, did Ruth want to go? Yeah.
I also was put on the spot by Alex. But Ani Bojo, Ruth Duncan Ishnakazne, Shingming Nandonja Bawa Vajeski Nandodam. Hi, my name's Ruth Duncan, also known as Alex's little sister. I'm from the Great Lakes, Lake Huron and Georgian Bay. Naoshingaming's my homeland. And I'm a youth. I'm still doing my undergrad. But as a youth, I'm really honored and thankful to be here for this event. And I think it's really important for youth to hear what's being shared today and know that we are important and we're needed and the future depends on us. And so seeing all the land-based and youth stewardship and all the great things coming out today are just really inspiring as a youth. And as an Anishinaabe Kwe, we are water carriers. We care for the water, we speak for the water. Today I'm wearing my little copper bucket. And I just think it's so amazing how all of us here use our knowledge to speak for the fish and to help the fish and to help the water. And so I'm just really grateful to be here, and it's a very inspiring event. So miigwech, thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Anybody else want to say something or ask a question to one of our presenters? 5, 4, there we go, Billy.
Simgigat, Sigadim, Ana, Gankuba Wilkshish, Luamskadi, Nungasum, Twixanism, Winbexum, Billy Wishlafway, Gis Gas, Pedehe, Wilp Hapagwach, Winsuwitway, Tiswuldugat, West Noy, Peter Wishlaw, West Nagwadi. My grandma, Molly Harris, West Nitsitsi, Edwin Sorge, West Nye, Irene Ada Harris, West Agui Nitsitsi, and Robert Harris, West Agui Nye, UBC Winjohe. That's our formal introduction that we do in Feast Hall. I've been taught by Katie Ludwig. And I want to share that I took Andrea's course last semester, and it was a real change in my educational path that she facilitated, and Barb did, and happy to be on that trajectory of learning more on the land. And later on, maybe I'll be able to share some research that I'm doing that I did in Bernard Purley's class about land-based learning and playful land-based, ludic land-based learning. And so I've done quite a bit of research on it, and I like playful learning. I've always been around playful learning. And I'm glad to see more playful land-based learning happening here at UBC. Hajka, Toxin.
Thank you, Billy. I also want to say thank you to Olivia and Kel for the great work they're doing with the tech stuff. And yeah. And thank you to those who prepared our food today. It's really delicious and I can't wait to get to it. Does anybody else want to say anything? I can also just leave the mic up there and anyone can come up at any time. Me? Okay.
Yo, Diane, wow. I haven't talked to you all day. But yeah, open to anything, a song, a story, a reflection, questions to our presenters. Thank you kindly.
Waiting for the poems, but haven't heard any. My name's Diane Newell, and I just want to make an observation. A few years ago, the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries had a online partners and students gathering, and it was very, very exciting. Zoom meetings are not always so exciting, but there was just a big screen filled with faces, and there were people who had pulled over on the side of the road and they were still in their cars, people walking in the forest. They were just in every kind of situation, just joyful for about an hour and a half of talking, quickly recognizing each other. And I thought that was one of the most exciting things I've been at, but it will never make up for this kind of meeting. And we're just sorry that there's so many of our friends and colleagues who are not able to be here, but many are here on Zoom and we can't see you, but I guess you can see us wherever you are. And lovely that we have presenters too who are able to join in this way. So I just wanted to thank the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries, of which I am a part, but I don't play the same role as everyone else. And thank all of you so much for working hard as a team on this and having this occasion for all of us. Thank you very much. Thanks, Alex.
Sweet, awesome. Any other takers? Okay, well, like we said, we'll leave the mic up here and still about 15 or 20 minutes. The sun's really nice right now. It's kind of warm outside, so I've been going out there to get some sun, but yeah, enjoy your lunch. And the mic will be live, I think, right? Yeah.
Non-native fish in the Great Lakes, like salmon, who are great at jumping over little dams. So I was wondering if have those dams facilitated invasions by fish like salmon who might be using that habitat that is now kind of fishless and maybe more accessible to them.
Wow, excellent question, Jared. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, great question. Thank you very much for that. Yes, so you're absolutely correct that from where we're from, salmon are they're a non-native species. People like them a lot because they are very tasty. They're fun to fish, and I eat a lot of salmon myself. But they are an invasive species where we're from, and yes, they can get over these sea lamprey barrier dams. So yeah, in your question, which I've never thought of before, I would say they absolutely do facilitate the invasion from some invasive fish species. Yeah, good question. Interesting. Yeah, interesting to peek that new perspective from me too. So thank you for that.
Yeah, salmon are a huge wreck fishery in the Great Lakes, and they've been stocked for the last 100 some odd years. A number of First Nations are quite opposed to the stocking of the different salmon species, whether it's Atlantic salmon or some of the different species of Pacific salmon. And yeah, these dams, as you saw, they're these low head barrier dams, and salmon can jump over them. And sometimes in certain rivers, like where I'm from, in Ruth and I's hometown, Owen Sound, we have a dam to stop sea lamprey, but there's a fish passage, and it's only big enough for like steelhead and salmon, not big enough for a lake sturgeon going up to spawn. So there's certainly a huge priority in the wreck fishery in the Great Lakes, and it's unfortunate, but Aaron and others are doing some cool work. So cool. Thanks for that question, Jared.
I was just thinking that we haven't shared any poetry yet, which is very unlike our team. We often share poetry, usually of other authors that like resonates with whatever we're talking about for our team meetings or our gatherings. So I have a short poem that I wrote that I would like to share. It doesn't have a name, but here it is. Wana means planting or grounding. I carry the Nas in my name, but am missing the names of the mountains who know my ancestors. I've heard stories of my river, but not its heartbeat. I wonder if the fish tell stories of the trickster's rock beating in the riverbed. I wonder if they are missing its heartbeat too. I want to remember how the land remembers. I want this knowing rooted so deeply inside they can stabilize my heart. Vilant axe, changing tide. Sometimes I feel anadromous, like the fish who feed us, gathering strength in the salt water to return home. Sometimes I'd rather embody the tides, to know when I go out in the world, I will always find my way back. Like the water, my belonging is expansive. It can't be disconnected or fractured. I am a whole Niska person. My aunties tell me I'm where I'm supposed to be. My ancestors tell me I have everything I need. I am learning how it feels to be home, to carry pieces of home with me in my search. That's my nameless poem. Thanks for listening.
Hello again. So like I mentioned earlier, as Anishinaabe Kwe, we speak for the water, we care for the water. And I've been taught a couple water songs, so I decided I'd share one with everyone today. So this is an Anishinaabe or Ojibwe song, and it's about honoring and connecting with the water and her spirit. Typically, it'd be sung with a shaker or a drum, but unfortunately, I don't have either with me today. But yeah, if anyone knows the song too, feel free to join in. Wichita do ya, Wichita do ya, hey. Wichita do ya, Wichita do ya, hey. Tansante hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Tansante hey yo, hey yo, hey. Tansante hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Tansante hey yo, hey yo, hey. Wichita do ya, Wichita do ya, hey. Wichita do ya, Wichita do ya, hey. Tansante hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Tansante hey yo, hey yo, hey. Tansante hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Tansante hey yo, hey yo, hey. Woo!
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Okay, so I got a message saying go for it. So I have a really short poem. It's also untitled. I'm nervous, but I wanted to share because I'm very inspired and thankful at everyone's language sharing today. Okay, here goes. Sometimes I'm a soft huh, smoothing the edges to be palatable. Sometimes I'm a hard sharp, refusing to be ignored. Sometimes I'm a soft raspy, vying in the back of the mouth. Sometimes I'm interchangeable, letting the lines in between blur. Sometimes I'm a delicate ka, neat and tidy tucked in a box. Sometimes I'm a quirky unexpected jumping into liveliness. Sometimes I'm a deep rumbling beneath the visible surface. Sometimes I'm a loud, unabashed, breaking all the party balloons. My exclamations lead to reclamations. Our language walks all over this land. Unbound by old useless conventions, we conform to the shape of our island. How
Okay. We have another song to sing because we were inspired by Ruth and also Alex.
Naz is inspired and I'm coerced.
Yes, that's true. This song was written by my uncle Samagat Duke, and it's called Gadi Malit, and it's a challenge song for the steelhead. Okay. Sure. Gadi malit, gadi malit. Ach, give it with die is hey. Gadi malit, gadi malit. Ach, give it with die is hey. Hey, 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 ya, ya. Hey, hiya. Gadi malit, gadi malit. Ach, gibby with die is hey. Gadi malit, gadi malit. Ach, gibby with die is hey. Hey, 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 ya, ya. Hey, hiya.
All right, so now we're going to start with the afternoon programs. So welcome back, everyone in person and online. I want to give a big thanks to the vendors too for being here all day with us. So a big round of applause for them. Already wearing some of the earrings from them, so it's good stuff. Yeah, and thank you to everyone who participated in the open mic. That was really lovely. A good way to have a nice break and eat lunch. Just a reminder that this event is being filmed. So those coming up on stage can decide if they want it to be filmed or not. And so the schedule for this afternoon will be first the Indigenous Fisheries Science and Policy presentation. We have a few speakers in that event. And then we'll have refreshments. The timing is a little off from the schedule at this point, but I think we're about 10 minutes off, which isn't bad. Next, we'll have Just Fisheries Futures presentations, and then a discussion after that called Envisioning Just Futures. And so those online will get put into breakout rooms, and in person we'll have little groups to discuss that. And finally, we'll have the Indigenous Research Methods and Learners Network launch. And then we'll close out the day. And then somewhere in between there, we will be presenting the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries video, which Olivia just finished for us and everyone in the CIF has seen. And so we're excited to show it to you all. So without further ado, we'll have Casey Sterling back on stage, if she's ready.
There we go. And the timer started. That's good because I can talk. So I know that I've already introduced myself a little bit earlier, but I saved my sort of formal introduction for now because I thought it would fit better. So in Schquasht, Casey Sterling, Tuskashwafen, in Kicha, Jennifer Sterling, in Kichaza, Yvette Kamo Rogers, in Popza, Brian Sterling, in Shpopza, Patrick Edward Sterling, Humashchuk. So, hi, I'm Casey Sterling. My mother is Jennifer. Her mother is Yvette. My father is Brian. His father is Patrick Edward. I'm from Schwalm, which is a village of in Merritt now, where the Lower Nicola Indian Band is on my dad's side, but I'm also Mi'kmaq and Acadian on my mom's side, though disconnected. And I also did not grow up in Schwalm. I grew up in Saskatchewan and Schwalm territories in Williams Lake, BC, where I am living now and will be doing a lot of my work. So I have sort of called this talk or sort of reflection, Spielachem Rayep es Schreiten, which as I'm beginning to learn some of our language is not, it's only a little bit of sort of what is there to learn, but I'm in the process of learning. But Spielachem means stories, and these are not stories of legend. They're just sort of the things that we know to be true, sort of information that we are transmitting. Chayep means forest fires. As I've been learning our language, I have realized that we have many, many, many words for different types of fires. So Khoyap is just forest fires. And Shqed means and salmon. So what I'll be talking to you now for the next 8 or so minutes is some of the work that I'm going to be beginning to do throughout my PhD as a student in this in the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries, but sort of how I got led up to this point of understanding that we need to be doing more work in the realm of understanding fire in relation to salmon. So growing up in the interior of BC, fire was always present. It is not something that is necessarily feared. It's just a part of the system. Regularly having dry summers and lots of lightning, you're going to be having small forest fires. My dad would go out as an equipment operator and dig these fire guards, and would be out a few weeks every summer, and then we'd be back. The skies would be blue, the air would be fresh. It was just a normal part of being in the interior. But as many of you also now know, that is not the case. For a multitude of reasons, we now see less and less precipitation over the winter. That means everything is even drier. These seasons are longer. When the fires happen, you don't just have someone digging fire guards for a couple of weeks and being off for the rest of the summer. They're sometimes working until the winter. The skies are no longer clear. You've all probably seen the orange sun. You've breathed the smoke. This is not the way that it used to be, and it is becoming normal. So as someone who's lived with fire and has been evacuated from some of these fire circumstances, being in Williams Lake in 2017, we were evacuated for 12 days, and my grandparents even longer than that, because of the fire coming into our town. Fire was never something to be afraid of, but people are afraid of it now, especially as you've been, evacuated from places and you don't know where you're going to go. You don't know if your family, your home, your pets that you might have had to leave behind will be there. Many kids now have memories of just being shoved in the car and leaving. People are scared of fire. This has created a lot of opportunities for wildfire research in trying to mitigate some of these effects and for preventing forest fires. And I'm sure a lot of you will remember, only you can prevent forest fires. All of these things that stick in our heads. Forest fires aren't bad. It's the way that they happen and how we manage and live with them that really create the magnitude of what a forest fire will look like. So while there is a lot of research into what do we do now with these changing wildfires, so much of it is just prevention. And in some of the work that I'm doing now, it's based off of things that I have noticed growing up in a place where fire was always there, but is changing, and where salmon used to be plentiful, but they aren't anymore. And we're seeing things like last year in Williams Lake, out in Tsilhqot'in territory, there was a giant landslide of a major river where a specific genetically distinct population of sockeye salmon that is well studied because they're really temperature tolerant, something that we're interested in with salmon as climate changes, were blocked. And this was already a low run. It was estimated that probably about 50 fish got through. And you might have seen it on the news, the landslide out west from Williams Lake. It did breach, but by then the salmon weren't getting through, and it's still very sedimented in the water that flows through. This is because of something, 2017, when we were evacuated from the fires, that area was burned completely, not like it used to be where you'd have low surface fires that were quite small, set intentionally, end of winter where there's still lots of water on the ground. Things are dry and they light very easily. The way that we have forestry now in our, forest management practices is we plant lots of conifers, which have a ton of sap. They, are able to candle, which is when fire goes all the way up and brings this burning sap kilometers away. They burn hotter than lots of our forests traditionally, which would have deciduous trees mixed throughout. And so what's left now is just entirely charred ground. So what we used to have is, you know, the morels coming up through the ash and all sorts of other plants that depend on fire to be able to melt some of the waxes on their seed coatings to germinate, but now are just being absolutely incinerated. And so in that area where the landslide happened, there is still just darkness, ash. We can't even get in to remove some of the trees because they provide sort of this hazardous environment to go in. Nobody also wants to log it because that's not marketable timber. This one particular area was on the sandbanks of this very important river. And with trees no longer being able to have live roots that are holding in the soil, and this ash that creates a really alkaline, sort of soapy, slippery environment, when we do have some summer melts or we do have water running through in the summer, undercutting these really sandy banks that have nothing holding them together anymore, that's when we see these major landslides. And I think it's only now that a lot of Western researchers are seeing the connection between these forest fires changing and fish and how that impacts them. I was last year at a forest fire conference where I kept hearing the phrase, "We now know fire is not bad. We now know." And all but 2 Indigenous people, myself and another, because we were funded and had free food, left that day because we were so angry at, well, yeah, sure, you might now know, but we've known forever that fire isn't inherently bad and it's necessary for these environments. You hear about people supporting cultural burning, but they have restricted our ability to do cultural burning when we do it, how we do it, so severely. The real change is that we're not really being arrested for doing it anymore, or not being threatened to have our children taken away if we do it. Those are some of the things that were happening in 2017 when people would stay. So things are changing, but they're not changing rapidly enough. And part of the work that I'm going to be doing is through my PhD is looking at this, trying to have people understand fire not just as something to be feared, but something that is part of the system that we have to understand and live with. And obviously, with having houses that stay in one place, we now have different circumstances than traditionally, where we would be able to kind of wander through different areas in summer villages and winter villages and burn as we leave. So we do have to think of things a little bit differently, but the way to do it is definitely not through fear. So throughout my PhD, as I continue on, be definitely working on having people re-understand fire through a more sort of healthy and relational lens, and how that impacts salmon, and, you know, try to get rid of this artificial land-water divide as if they don't touch each other and have to be managed separately. So thank you for hearing me ramble on and on about this. Kukshem Walalin. And in my nation, we have a term for when we're done speaking. So Humef Chuk.
Yeah, well, Goa. Thank you, Casey. Next, we have Will Atlas presenting.
Well, thank you for your patience. We were trying to sort out presenter view, but we didn't get it sorted. So I'm going to wing it and try to remember what I wanted to say for these slides. But I just want to start by saying it's a real honor to be here speaking with you all today. It's an inspiration to see the students and the leadership in the Center for Indigenous Fisheries. And I have a lot of certainty that the next generation, the leadership will be excellent. So, you know, in formulating what I wanted to talk to you about today, you know, I started thinking about, what are the research is relevant, or how do I want to articulate the research? And I think really what stood out to me is, what have I learned in 15 years of co-developing science with First Nations in BC about how we can prioritize work, how we can truly co-develop work, and how we can ensure that it's relevant for co-governance and for instigating the change that partner First Nations want to see in the world. And also, you'll notice I have about 1,000 collaborators on here, so huge shout out to all of them. Okay, so here you see the Kwe Weir crew in 2024, and this is an incredible group of people that I feel really fortunate to call both friends and colleagues. So I started working on the Central Coast of BC with the Heiltsuk Nation in 2014, and over that time have worked to co-develop salmon stock assessment programs, including the Kwe Weir. And that's really evolved and grown into collaborative work with all 4 Central Coast First Nations, ranging from, you know, helping build the New Hulk fish wheel program that Trinity spoke to supporting the FRRA co-governance table with science, as well as participating in the Pacific Salmon Commission as a Central Coast First Nations rep. And I feel incredibly fortunate to be asked to support the communities in this role. And so, in starting the talk, I really wanted to think about, what is my theory of change fundamentally? Why do this work and do it in this way? And so for me, I think there's a couple of core tenets that really sort of are foundational to how I think about science and the role of science as an ally to Indigenous sovereignty and self-determination. And I think the first and foremost piece is that, Indigenous peoples hold undeniable moral and legal authority over decision-making in their territories. That's been repeatedly affirmed in the courts in Canada, the United States, and also through things like the United Nations Declaration. Unfortunately, that authority is often undermined by colonial governments when it impedes economic development or perceived national interests. And we've seen that through the CGL pipeline, through numerous resource development projects that have really sought explicitly to undermine Indigenous sovereignty and traditional governance. And while not the only antidote, certainly the courts have a role to play, and hereditary leadership has a role to play, community organizing has a role to play. But co-development of science is one powerful antidote to this challenge. And I also want to say, and of course, other people have spoken far more eloquently than I to this, but that braiding knowledge really is fundamental to co-developing science. It can ensure that the full diversity and depth of knowledge relevant to the challenge at hand is brought to bear, and it can also improve the legitimacy and relevance of the science that we do. And so that's something that I think all of us can learn how to do well together. And I think the ultimate goal is about empowering communities with knowledge and insight that is irrefutable by colonial governments, to put First Nations in the driver's seat and to really clear the path for true and equitable co-governance when it comes to natural resources in their territories. But how do we focus our science? Like in the world, in the Anthropocene, it can feel like everything is on fire and there are a million different challenges and struggles and opportunities for science to support. And at the end of the day, there's only so much time, there's only so many people to do the work, and there's only so many dollars to spend. And so I like to sort of step back and think at a high level, and how do we sort of work through this process of co-identifying priorities for science? So, the first step is, what are the key issues? When you sit down with a group of leaders from a First Nations community or elders or fishermen, what are they telling you they're concerned about? And this process can be unstructured, it can be informal, but it really needs to be a time and space for people to air their concerns and their insights. And those insights can then shape our understanding of what questions need to be asked. The next question I ask is, what are the information gaps? Is there data that we can bring to bear to help answer some of these questions? And the honest truth is often there isn't data, or the data that we have is local knowledge, traditional knowledge, but there isn't sort of Western science data that we can use to address these questions. Now that actually can be an opportunity, because what it means is there's a gap that needs to be filled. There's a vacuum of power and legitimacy in this space that First Nations are and can readily fill with their own co-developed science and their own traditional knowledge. The next question I ask is, how do we translate this into governance authority? And that is a really important one, because we can go out and collect all the data in the world, but if we don't have a lever that we can pull to drive an outcome that First Nation desires when it comes to the stewardship of resources in their territory, it may not be the best investment of our time. And so as I've gotten busier and as we sort of move into an era of austerity in Canada and really throughout the world, I think this prioritization exercise is going to become incredibly important for us in really honing the science that we do as allies to deliver. And then, the last point, I think others again have spoken to this more eloquently than I, but truly co-developing and co-leading that science with First Nations partners, and really understanding that we have a responsibility not only to do the science and write the reports, but to also uplift others and create opportunities for co-learning and new skill development, and so that we leave a lasting legacy in the communities where we work of people that are engaged and capable of leading this work going forward. So I've got a couple case studies I'm going to sort of quickly gloss over that illustrate these concepts and how we've mobilized science in collaboration with Central Coast First Nations to really help catalyze changes in how fisheries are managed and to create the opportunities for a new future when it comes to decision-making through the co-governance tables of the Central Coast. So the first is going to be talking about documenting the collapse of chum salmon in the Central Coast region and how Central Coast Nations own science really catalyzed the closure of that gillnet fishery and it's shaping the future of that fishery. And then talking about work that we're doing braiding ancient fish weir technology with AI to empower local decision makers, including First Nations, with real-time information. So, chum salmon on the north and central coast of BC have supported commercial fisheries for over 100 years. And data going back to the 1960s, you can see here, this is escapement and total run size, and then that red line there is showing you the exploitation rate. Basically, DFO has been managing fisheries for 50 to 80% harvest rates for about a century. And around 2000, we started to see the global climate and chum productivity and survival really start to fluctuate much more wildly, such that they could no longer support that level of harvest. But of course, with the sort of inertia of a system that is accustomed to enabling extraction, we really had our foot on the gas right up until the collapse. And that collapse happened first around 2005 when we saw a major downgrading in the overall abundance of chum salmon on the Central Coast, followed by a short rebound. And then in 2020, we saw record low returns of chum salmon, such that, the populations had declined by over 90% in many rivers. And, that moment of crisis really catalyzed Central Coast nations coming together and saying, how do we want to change the management system, and how can our own science and the science of our collaborating scientists, really affect this, the outcome that we want to see. And so they tasked Central Coast Indigenous Resource Alliance, or SECURA, with leading a science strategy focused on salmon rebuilding. And so I don't need to tell you all the methods that went into this. Basically, it's a state-space model looking at trends in total run size, accounting for both process error, so the variability in the underlying number of salmon returning, and observation error, because of course, when you go and walk a creek and count the fish, there's uncertainty in that. And what we found is there's these distinct groupings of salmon in the Central Coast region, but that all of them, except for the Bella Coola, where there's been large-scale chum enhancement since the 1980s and an annual release of about 7 million chum fry, have declined. Bella Coola has been increasingly variable, but overall did not have the same level of decline as Area 6, Area 7, or the Kimsquit and Dean, where some populations had declined by 95%. And so that, of course, really helped motivate sort of the conversation in these co-governance tables, but also questions of how do we rebuild chum salmon on the Central Coast region. And so one thing that we really noticed when we pulled the data apart is that as chum production in the Bella Coola has increased, those enhanced chum salmon have become a larger and larger share of the total return of chum to the Central Coast region over time, such that in 4 out of the last 5 years, they accounted for more than 50% of the return of chum salmon to the Central Coast region, as compared to 10% in the 1970s. We also noticed this sort of call it homogenization of chum salmon within the Bella Coola system itself. So on the left, you see this is the timing of catches, so catch per unit effort in the Bella Coola gillnet area, the blue lines being the 60s and the red lines being the 2000s. And what you see is that in the 60s and 70s, the peak of catch in the chum fishery was actually like late August, early September, and the fishery continued into October. They were actually catching primarily later running wild chum that spawn up in the Etnarco and the upper Bella Coola. Well, as they focused enhancement on these lower 4 tributaries in the Bella Coola Valley that supported summer chum, there was a shift in timing towards now July peak in catches, and the fishery these days is closed before the end of August oftentimes. We've also seen a change in the spawn timing of these populations, possibly evidence of domestication selection, since brood stock collection typically happens in the earliest half of the run. So on average, we now see spawning 12 days earlier in the tributaries that receive enhancement. And so, what does the future hold? I think there's certainly much work to be done, but this work that led by Central Coast nations has really catalyzed a conversation at the co-governance table and has forced DFO into this conversation about what are our goals for managing chum? How do we ensure that Indigenous knowledge and leadership is front and center in any rebuilding plan and any future fisheries? And so I think this is just one example of how, co-development of science on a key issue can help move the needle. And I'm happy to take questions. I'm already over time, so I'm going to stop right there with this cool picture of Charles Saunders. Thank you, everybody.
Nyawago Will. Next we have, I'll stop sharing this. Next we have Semyon Drozdetsky.
Hello, everyone. My name is Semyon Drozdetsky, and I'm a short introduction about myself. I'm a PhD student in the University of Victoria, which occupies the lands of Lekwungen-speaking nations, Songhees and Esquimalt, as well as Sanish nations. And I am doing my research in University of Victoria under the mentorship of Dr. Tatiana Degai, for whose mentorship and guidance I am really, really grateful. And together we've been planning a research which I'm going to share with you today on how we can use GIS and remote sensing to track salmon life cycles in Kamchatka. So this research that we plan to develop so far, we want to focus first on the Kavran River in Western Kamchatka. And we hear a lot from the community that the Kavran River is getting shallower and there comes less fish every year, which signifies that river right now is in critical health conditions. And we've been sort of restrained in on-land observations from the community. It has been increasingly difficult due to obvious reasons, but it's capacity limitation, lack of support from the ground, lack of technical equipment, tools, and lack of training for the community, and also lack of scientific research data that could supplement this lack of knowledge, at least. And in our research, we've been trying to think how can we support community knowledge remotely from Canada. And we've been looking into GIS methodologies and remote sensing methodologies to see how can we do that remotely. And the research we're planning so far has the question, how can GIS and remote sensing support remote indigenous salmon monitoring? And we're exploring how tech-based methodologies could address the needs of inland people in Kavran River. And our hypothesis so far is that remote sensing potentially could support salmon habitat monitoring, even if there's a lack of community access there. And for methodologies, we've been looking into several case studies. One is was done in Kamchatka, and it was a project done by Kamchatniro on biological monitoring in Ozernaya River. It was a long-term study of salmon life cycles in Kurilskaya Lake and Ozernaya River. It focused on life cycle stages, cage data, nutrient cycles, a very ground-heavy research, but it provided us with not with the information that the knowledge on biological monitors of salmon in Kamchatka already exist, and we can take these monitors for our research. And yeah, the second case study is was done in Switzerland, actually, and this is where it gets into the GIS and remote sensing. This case study that we examined was studying how differences in 3D modeling of riverbed could be used to detect salmon spawning beds on the river by comparing the differences between the 3D models over time. And the outcome for us is that it's a non-intrusive way to monitor salmon spawning activity on the river because it doesn't involve measuring or seeing fish, and it also can provide the estimated fish size and spawning bed depth. But it still uses drones. It still requires community participation, which is a limitation for us at the moment. And then there is a third case study which was done in American River in California. Also uses drones and hyperspectral imagery, and the used automatic spawning bed detection with very high accuracy. Again, the downside still needed community participation and field verification. And with all those approaches that we've been looking into, we've been trying to think how those methodologies can be replicated remotely. And so our main goal was looking at maybe how satellite imagery can substitute drone imagery so that such monitoring can be done remotely. And this is the research we plan to do heavily in this summer. And our question so far asks, can satellites replicate drone-based spawning bed detection for salmon? We've been thinking about exploring historical imagery, maybe real-time satellite imagery and topographic models, and also thinking about how we can combine that with the community knowledge that and how our research can supplement community knowledge, and how these are our goals basically listed here. And I think this is basically it on my end. So sorry, it was a little bit rushed, but thank you.
Now I'll go, and that's the end of the in-person speakers for this section. We'll be moving on to the online speakers. That will be Skiljada and Aiden Schubert.
Sangitla dalang wadlawan, Skiljada hinu di kiang, iskian Aiden Schubert hinu ul kiang, hade wadlawan ne a dalang tlangulang, UBC sige iskian chine skdagang. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Skiljada, and I'm co-presenting today with my colleague, Aiden Schubert. We're both marine biologists / marine planners with the Council of the Haida Nation with the Marine Planning Program. I also did my grad work and my undergrad at UBC, so really grateful to be included today virtually. And so our talk today, let me just pull it up for you. Okay. It's titled Sige Agen Chenangas Wadluan Gatla Gut Gida, which is respect the living beings in the ocean. This is a phrase from the late Skadalega, Chinny Stephen Brown. And our talk today is focused on trawling, bottom trawling and midwater trawling, including factory trawling. So we're discussing the ways that it is against our Haida laws and values in respecting the beings in the ocean. And because it's such a heavy topic, I wanted to start us off with a Hudkill prayer. So I have an earth prayer that was composed by Dr. Josquan Bedard and Candice Weir. Sanang it lagadas, ayat sangedang ant lang kilaga, slangwai tl daang edang, slangwai an yakudange tl kilagang isis, wagyan hadge good al yakudanga kilagang hansen, sanang it lagadas, alang slangwai nisla dang atlakianang, sa dang kilaga, how. And so in English, it's Creator, we thank you for today. People spoil the world. People should respect the whole world. And then again, all people should have respect for each other. Creator, we are asking you to heal the whole world. For all this, we thank you. So I'm glad that we've started off in a good way. The lens of our talk today is not overly technical. We're working a lot on, catch data analysis, species distribution modeling, stock assessments, and those technical conversations aren't leading to change fast enough. So we're here to kind of talk about the heart of the issue, and hope to find some allyship in our fight against trawl in the same way that we've had allies in our fights against logging and oil tankers, because it's not something that affects only Haidas and people on Haida Gwaii, but it affects everyone. And Haida people have understood the interconnectedness of the oceans since the beginning of time. We have another phrase, Ginwadlawan Good Ash Kwagidung. That's a very common Haida phrase and value, and it is a law. It's a Haida law to respect the interconnectedness of the ocean, and our role in relation with the oceans. And so the deep sea is a place where things are hundreds of years old, things are thousands of years old, they grow really slowly, they're really vulnerable. And the reason they're thriving is because we've respected them and fished sustainably for thousands of years. We had specialized hooks for halibut, for lingcod, for whatever species we were trying to catch. We only caught specific species, specific sizes. We respected that the habitats were important for the fish. And in the past, 50 years or so, certain fisheries such as trawling have been not respecting the interconnectedness of the deep sea. And so with that, I'll pass it off to Aidan to give us some context of the fishery. Hawa.
Hawa Skiljala. Hello, everyone. So the trawl fishery has taken place in Haida territory for about a century, but it's been a particular concern since the 1980s with Haida citizens. And there's been a lot of concern in the community, including on the water conflicts between Haida fishers and trawl vessels. Particularly in the last 2 decades, with larger factory trawlers coming into Haida territory, and these vessels having freeze capacities of 500 tons or about a million pounds, and being able to fill those up in 1 to 2 weeks. So just the scale of this fishery is one of many major concerns. And the scale is really hard to comprehend. So we did some number crunching, and average catches in Haida territory over the last few years have averaged about at least 2.5 million pounds, which is enough to fill 1,700 chest freezers, or to feed over 6,000 coastal peoples for an entire year. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this shows a bit of a footprint of where the fishery takes place around Haida Gwaii. So there really aren't many areas that it doesn't take place in, and it is in direct conflict with many important traditional fishing areas and cultural areas such as Rose Spit, as well as ecologically significant areas like off Gunghead Kun or Cape St. James off the south end of Haida Gwaii, which is one of the most significant halibut spawning grounds in all of British Columbia. Next slide, please. And many of the species that are either caught as target catch or as bycatch, and discarded, wasted by the fishery, thrown overboard, most of which isn't surviving, are culturally significant species such as arts or skadunga, rockfish. Just to note too that the blue text is in Haidkill, the Masset Haida dialect, and the green is in Haidkill, the Skidegate Haida dialect. Arrowtooth flounder as well, ta'al. Next slide, please. And many of these species, Haidas have observed major declines in size and abundance over the last half century, if not longer. We've got black sablefish or black cod, skill, lingcod, skynung, and halibut or hagu as well. Some of these species, like halibut, are not allowed to be retained by the trawl fishery and have to be discarded, but with all the stress and damage that takes place to those fish through being brought up in nets, being brought on board and out of the water, many of those fish don't survive, and survival rates can be less than 50%, if not more, for halibut, and higher for other species too, including salmon. There was a DFO study in the last year that found that nearly 30,000 salmon were caught as bycatch in the midwater and bottom trawl fisheries in BC. So and all those species, all those fish don't survive as well. Next slide, please. So what CHN has been doing to push back against trawling, among other things, is establishing marine protected area network, or establishing marine protected areas, I should say, including working alongside other coastal First Nations in northern coastal BC to establish the marine protected area network in the Northern Shelf bioregion. The kind of teal colored zones in this map are those marine protected areas where trawling will be banned. And also to note is the checkered area around Haida Gwaii, which is the bottom trawl footprint. So this is where bottom trawling is restricted to. It's not allowed to take place in other areas. But as you can see, despite the teal and the green protected areas covering some of that, there's still a lot of that area that isn't protected and still needs protection. Also to note too, in the southern end of Haida Gwaii's Gwaihanis, Haida Heritage Site and National Park Reserve, which was the marine component was established in 2010, and that has significantly limited trawling in that area too, but there's still more work to be done in that area too. Next slide, please. Other work that we have done alongside collaborators from DFO and the Chalmers Tribal Council, among others, is deep sea exploration, trying to better understand those sensitive deep sea habitats that Skiljata spoke to, and those really long-lived sensitive species that trawling impacts. And over the course of 3 or 4 expeditions in the last decade, we've done significant work mapping and collecting really amazing footage of the deep sea, and finding some really beautiful pristine habitats like this, which in areas such as St. Kinklis, Bowie Seamount off the west coast of Haida Gwaii. Next slide, please. But unfortunately as well, we've seen some major impacts. We've seen the impacts of trawling through these deep sea dives as well. On the left of screen and on the top right, you can see some marks of trawl doors dragging along the bottom, pretty low species diversity, not many large fish or other sort of habitat forming structures or species like you can see on the bottom right, which are in areas that haven't been trawled, and we're seeing those really long-lived glass sponges and sensitive corals as well. And so this is helping us to better understand what's happening in Haida territory and also build a case to push back against trawling. Next slide. Other information gathering exercises and work that we've done is visiting fish plants. There's a picture of me at a fish plant in Chalmers territory in Ucluelet, where we've gone to try and better understand what's happened to these fish. A lot of them are exported internationally and are not consumed locally. We've also visited another fish plant in Lackwell Arms, which are involved in the trawl fishery, and try to build relationships and better understand what's happening with those fish and where fishing is taking place, because it is really challenging getting information from DFO on where fishing is happening in Haida territory and how much fish is being caught. So doing these on the ground sort of information gathering exercises has been really helpful. Another one has been participating in DFO surveys, and I'll hand it back to Skiljata to speak to that. Hawa.
Sure. Hawa Aiden. So yeah, it was 3 years ago when I went on the Synoptic Bottom Trawl Survey. That's a collaboration between DFO and industry. And we've also had Haida leadership observing the fishery recently as well. But I'm going to talk about my experience with the science survey. I thought the best way to portray it would be to read off some journal entries when I was on the boat 3 years ago. And yeah, what that experience was like. We also have a lot of photos. Sorry in advance if they are a little bit upsetting. So the emotional toll of this trip is heavy. I've been on board less than 24 hours and I feel drained. The smell of fish is inescapable. The sun is shining, but the swell is horrendous. I'm getting sick to my stomach seeing all the dying rockfish. I knew what to expect, and yet I never could have prepared for this. I usually love lab environments, taking measurements, seeing unusual creatures, but this hits different. Below deck feels like a factory. Rockfish are tangled in the nets, getting beat up as they're shook free, then kicked or thrown down the chute. Then they're tossed into buckets for different species, still thrashing and gasping. The sloshing of water across the floor washes away the guts, but not this feeling. I'm seeing a drop in the bucket in the world of bottom trawling, and it scares me. A crewmate said, "These rockfish are all older than me, and they get older than I will ever be." She told me that you can't think about it too much. In order to do the work, you do have to become numb to it. The first haul that we pulled up, I had to take deep breaths as I braced for it. I thought the rockfish stuck in the upper part of the net was the whole catch. Then we raised up the bulge at the end of the net that was filled with life. All I kept thinking was how opposite these methods were to yakutang, respect. There were no prayers, no gentle handling at such a big scale, and we didn't even retain any fish. It was solely for science. Death in the name of information always leaves a bad taste. The sorting is the part that I hate the most. It takes such a large crew with dozens and dozens of big baskets. Because the trawl catches everything, fish are flying into categories to be thrashing in the bins with their relatives. The hermit crab without a shell, the huge sponge all ripped up, fish that get caught in the net or belt and torn up. It's all so hard to bear. And this is the tip of the iceberg, one boat for a few days. Every time a big fish comes down the chute, my heart drops. They've lived long lives, and this is how it ends for them. They're spectacular creatures that belong in the ocean. In the brief pause between sets, I drink coffee and space right out. The sound of fish slapping conveyor belts, fish thrown with abandon hit the floor, the smell, not just fish, but fear and death. It's a slaughterhouse for the ocean. Machinery like a cannery, but live animals. Skates thrown into baskets too small. Like they aren't vulnerable, like they aren't living dinosaurs. Invertebrates tossed in as miscellaneous, unless they're marketable like shrimp. Fish meant for sale get slightly less beat up. I look out the window and it's beautiful. I look at the ocean and I wonder, will future generations see these species? So Hawa Dalang Wadlawan, thanks for letting us share today. We have a short video that we're going to share as well, but I just really appreciate the opportunity to share our struggle against the trawl fishery. I went aboard that ship right before I got pregnant with my baby boy, who's now a spicy 2-year-old. So having him just really grounded this need to protect the oceans for the future generations even more. You know, his favorite book is Jigging for Halibut with Chinny by Sarah Florence Davidson and Robert Davidson. And I just need to make sure that by the time he's old enough to jig for halibut, that there will be plenty for him to access. So how everyone. Hopefully there's time for our short video if the facilitators could pull it up.
During our 2024 NEPDEP expedition, we witnessed incredible, thriving, and healthy deep-sea ecosystems just offshore of Haida Gwaii, British Columbia. We were also witness to the impacts of a commercial fishing practice known as bottom trawling. Bottom trawling involves dragging a large net across the seafloor, targeting fish species such as flounder, sole, and rockfish. Bottom trawling has significant impacts on deep-sea habitats. Midwater trawling is a similar fishing method where the net is dragged through the water column, although the nets can still impact the bottom. Trawling has the highest bycatch rate of any fishing method. Bycatch is the capture of non-target species and can include deep-sea, vulnerable, and slow-growing species like rockfish, sharks, octopus, and skates, as well as culturally and ecologically important species such as halibut and lingcod. A significant portion of bycatch must be released, including halibut and some species of rockfish. However, post-release survival rates are usually quite low because of net damage and injuries. While trawling is effective for catching large quantities of seafood, its indiscriminate nature poses serious threats to deep-sea ecosystems. Bottom contact fishing gear can cause devastating damage to fragile deep-sea habitats like cold water coral and sponge reefs, cold seeps, and seamounts. These habitats are essential for providing shelter and food for the species targeted by trawl fishing, as well as many other species. The damage often leads to disruption of the ecological betelgeuse balance in the deep sea environment. Fishing gear stirs up sediments from the seafloor, which can lead to sediment plumes. These plumes can smother coral reefs, sponges, and other benthic organisms, reducing their ability to feed, breathe, and reproduce, potentially leading to coral and sponge die-offs. Deep sea habitats are slow to recover from disturbances due to their naturally low temperatures, low nutrient levels, and slow growth rate of organisms. Once damaged, these ecosystems may take decades or even centuries to recover, if they recover at all. Addressing these impacts requires careful management and regulation of trawling practices. Strategies like implementing marine protected area protection standards, using selective fishing gear, and reducing the frequency of trawling in sensitive areas can help mitigate the damage and protect deep sea habitats. Recognizing the ongoing impacts of lost or discarded fishing gear is another important consideration. Between 2021 and 2022, of the 120 metric tons of marine debris collected off the shorelines of Haida Gwaii, more than 40% was recorded as lost fishing gear. This included large nets, plastic floats, and line. This does not account for ghost gear in the deep sea. Gear entangled in the seafloor can continue to fish, harm the environment, and contribute microplastics to the deep sea. Increasing scientific research and monitoring of the deep sea ecosystems impacted by trawling will help inform better conservation and management practices, contributing to the enhancement and protection of existing and future protected areas. It is all of our kulage responsibility.
We have Desiree Lawson who will be presenting, and then after that we have refreshments. But during refreshments, Desiree will be showing us a video, so you can stay for that. But yeah, without further ado, Desiree Lawson.
So today I will be sharing with you previous work that was conducted through SFU on behalf of my Hechtzoch Nation, called Revitalizing and Future-Proofing Klabadzi through Gwilastu Hlahui. Just a little bit about sorry, there's a bit of delay for when the slides shift. I'll just have to remember that. Glagliasila, Frank Brown, who is adjunct professor at SFU, was a huge part of the research conducted and the process. And I wanted to share that it was really important for me to have this cultural committee with Gwiustidza, Stu Zuagilach, Jess Hosty. And maybe at the end, if there's a bit of time, I was inspired and I found one of my favorite poems in Jess's book, so maybe I can share that at the end. But I just wanted to share how important it was for me to have these three people from my nation guiding the process along, in addition to our stewardship department. So just a quick overview. I wanted to share a bit about the Hechtzochla, or the Hechtzoch language that's used throughout this presentation that I have for you today. So Glabadzi is what we call a clam garden. Glabadzi is the plural for clam garden. So technically it means digging within an enclosure. So if we have, you can see here from this beautiful drone footage, there's the land here, the rock walls along each side that are also connected by bedrock. So within these areas is the clam terrace, or that is the act of klabadzi, or digging within that enclosure. And guhwani are the butter clams that are one of the important species that are grown within these glabadzi. Gwilas du Llawhwe. So Gwilas are heichzoch laws. Llawhwe is the authority to enforce those laws. And glapa is the act of digging clams. So why are we here? What does it mean to be heichzoch? What does it mean to have an origin story that links you directly to a place? What does it mean to tell a millennia old story in the exact same place that it happened? To me, it's powerful. And to me, it means that you do whatever it takes to protect, respect, and take care of that place. Not only that place, but everything in it, human and non-human kin. I wanted to share a bit here about the co-produced questions between our stewardship department and SFU. The process for leading up to these questions was quite long, and I feel like when it came to me beginning a master's project, it didn't matter what I studied. The most important thing to me was, is this important to my nation? That sitting down with our stewardship department, sitting down with elders, sitting down with language speakers, that was the most important thing, was them telling me what is important, them telling me what they needed to learn more about. And these were the questions that they had come up with for me to work through in this process. I utilized Margaret Kovach's Indigenous methodology. I won't go into too much detail, but here's a photo of one of the field trips that I did with the SEAS group. We heard a bit about that before. I'll share a bit more later as well. And the work was conducted within my Heichzoch territory, in the exclusive zone where we don't have areas of shared responsibility with our neighbors. And a bit about the ecological methodology, I'll share maybe one part, the sclerochronological analysis, which was conducted for the most part by the marvelous Nick Kemp, pictured in the top right, where the clam shells that were collected at the Gleeglabadzi were cut, and the growth rings were counted and analyzed and graphed, which you will also see in a later slide. The Gwilas du Llawhwe. So as I mentioned, Gwilas are our Heichzoch laws, and Llawhwe is the authority to enforce those laws. I just wanted to share a bit about the guiding or overarching principles that came out of the stories and songs and dances that were analyzed in part of the research. So these were some of the ideas that came up, the main themes that were surfacing in a lot of the stories and times that I spent with our elders. They are in no way all of our legal principles, but they were the main ones that were guiding the process. This is a glabayu, and after hearing the clam song and the dance and the Tzumklak story, we researched museum records and also spoke to other people about what glabayu looked like, what their the size of them were, and I reached out to Heichzoch artists and carvers to make a replica of these glabayu so that I could bring them on our field trips, and that our community and children could utilize to dig clams and to harvest clams for food, and also for some of the research that was conducted as well. So it was really important for me to have this one little revitalizing of our traditions when it came to clam digging practices. Another important part of the work that was conducted is that I spent time in the INLP program learning Heichzochla. So it was another lens, another perspective, learning about Gwilas, du Hlawhwe, du Glabadzi in general. So it was really amazing to dig deeper into that for this process. And as was shared previously about SEAS, it's an amazing program that's through our school, through summer programs, and I was fortunate enough to take a group out and show them how to harvest clams, how to identify the rock walls for glabadzi, how to take care of them and maintain those rock walls in glabadzi. And then we were also able to take the clams that were harvested, teach them how to clean the clams, and carry out those principles of taking care of our territory, taking care of our elders, and sharing food and teaching language. So it was an absolutely amazing process to spend time with these SEAS participants. A little bit about the results. I know there's not a heck of a lot of time, but I just wanted to share here. If we look at the y-axis is the clam shell length in millimeters. And then along the bottom, we have the age of the clams in years. And these, the dots are each clam at the age when they were collected. And then the curve of each line shows us how fast clams are growing in each of those sites. So for example, the blue line is from the Gohwait, where the clams are growing very quickly. They're getting very large and they're over 30 years of age. I want to spend a bit more time on this. This is one of my favorite as part of the work. So along the y-axis here, we have the tidal height, and then each bar is a rock wall. So the bottom of the bar is the bottom of the rock wall at tidal height, and the top of the bar is the top of the rock wall at the tidal height. So, and then this first hatched line here is sea level rise projections. The first one being in 25 years and the second one being in 75 years. So when we think about just these 11 glabadzi that I worked on, we can see that some of the glabadzi, some of the rock walls in light of sea level rise may fare pretty well. And some of these other rock walls will definitely need attention. They will definitely need our people to spend time building them up and spend time taking care of them so that they can continue taking care of us. Some future considerations that we discussed as part of this was continuing to work with our SEAs and our community members, incorporating Heichzauch, continuing to learn about Arguilas, du Hlawhwe, and also extending the measurements of the glabadzi or the rock walls throughout our territory as well, and understanding how to continue future-proofing them. Here's a few of the acknowledgements that I have for people and groups that have supported this work along the way. I'm gonna stop there. I know there's a video that I wanted to show next from Duchola Media. Taven Wilson did an amazing job capturing the glabadzi that we spent time on. Well, let's go. Giachla Nugwa Latachs Gohwait du Uwiglit. My Heichzauch name is Kanilkas. My English name is Desiree Lawson. I'm from the Gohwait territory, calm water people, and then also the Uwiglit on my dad's side of Roscoe Inlet. I really hope that all Hechtzoog people reconnect to our clam gardens. There's so many throughout our territory. There's so many in all different parts of our territory that vary in size and shape, and I think it would be really great for our people to continue learning about them and taking care of them so that we can ensure they continue taking care of us. Right now we're in the Gohuait territory at a clam garden. Yeah, so the rock wall is really great because it creates a habitat that is ideal for clam species. So having a constant area where there's water for clams to filter feed and other species to thrive as well. It's really amazing to see what you think are deeper water species like sea cucumbers and horse clams. It creates that great habitat inside the rock wall, along the rock wall, and right outside the rock wall as well.
This is another little one.
Butter. Good honey.
Wait, was that one I showed you the butter?
It was. See, look at this one.
It's good.
The little necks are rounder this way. It's really beautiful. There's a lot of different rock walls here, but we're here to study for part of my Master's in Resource and Environmental Management through SFU and the Faculty of Environment. Dr. Anne Solomon is my supervisor, and we have spent quite a while seeking direction from the Hechtzoog Integrated Resource Management Department to determine what their priorities are around clam gardens and Hechtzoog, Guilas, and Hlauhui. So we're using Hechtzoog songs, dances, stories, and our knowledge keepers and language history of the relationship that Hechtzoog people have with clam gardens, and also taking measurements of the rock walls here at the clam gardens and throughout Hechtzoog territory to overlay that info with projected sea level rise in my territory, and hopefully make some recommendations on how to continue respecting and taking care of the Glabadzi, or in Hechtzoog, clam garden is Glabadzi. See how there's lots of water in here still, even though the tide is way over there? That's what the clams like. We have lost so much of our knowledge when it comes to Glabadzi. We're still bringing it back. We're still learning it. We're still learning about it from our elders. Hopefully it encourages more of our youth and that next generation to eat clams. And it's not the same as it was even in my grandparents' childhoods, where they ate so much of our traditional food, and it was all the time, every day, going out and spending so much time with extended families, digging clams and harvesting all kinds of species of our seafood that were so important to us. So the more we get back to that, I think the healthier we'll be. Our reciprocal relationships with our natural world, our environment. As a Hechtzoog person, it means that thousands of years ago, my ancestors that built these walls for us, it's continuing that relationship. It's having my daughter here and her knowing that these places were built for her, and that she can continue also taking care of these important places within our territory.
awesome film director extraordinaire, Olivia, up to introduce herself and maybe talk a bit about what we're going to watch. We had a sneak peek of it yesterday, and it was really cool. So you guys are in for an awesome treat. So here's Olivia.
That's great. I wasn't expecting to talk, but Alex is really good at convincing people. So here I am. Hi, my name's Olivia. I am from originally the Laurentians of Quebec, territories of the Algonquin, and I now live in Portland, Oregon, along the Columbia River, where the Chinook tribes live. I have a studio called Colibri, and we focus on story facilitation, as in I'm not here to tell people stories, but rather offer the tools and the space in the container for people to feel like they can share authentically their stories and be really involved in the editing process and the curating of the story. So stories have been shared since time immemorial, as we all know, and they're really crucial in every work that we do. And I find that the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries is really good at incorporating that. Andrea said the other day, it's like a story scientist, putting all of your interviews together and, you know, making sure it's cohesive, but also making sure we're honoring everything that you folks are upholding and sharing with the world. And I think that in science or in Western science, it's hard to express the work in some ways. And I think the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries does such a beautiful job of sharing art and stories to convey the beautiful work that they're doing. So this video is a combination of everyone's hearts and words and wisdom and hard work. And I hope that you cry, because we all did. Tears of joy for sure. Yeah, I'll let the video speak for itself. We do have a little like tech shift that we have to do, so just be patient with us as we change things around.
When humans came to the earth, we were pitiful and we couldn't survive on our own.
It was
Each of the different animals and plants that were around gladly offered themselves up to us. We are only here, I am only here because of the generations and millennia of fish that have given their bodies to us for sustenance.
You can't really honor any responsibilities to the things that you're learning if you're only interested learning in very structured and prescriptive ways.
It's really important for us to honor the old laws and honor the people who carry it.
If you love these fish, these waters, these beings, each other, you're going to do all that you can to care for them and to protect them. And so that is what instills us with passion. The fishing activities of Indigenous peoples around the world, and indeed in Canada, have faced the same colonial experience. They've been profoundly transformed and reshaped by a variety of forces that really endanger who they are and what they stand for and what they do.
My nation, time and again, was worried about fish conservation long before DFO or the government was. In the case of Ha'ukmin, we voluntarily closed all of our fisheries decades before the rest of the fisheries were closed. Time and again, the nation has tried to raise the alarm and feels like nobody listens.
The Centre for Indigenous Fisheries is a place where we've been able to do good scholarship as Indigenous people and allies without having to justify our scholarship in the first place.
It's a space where we get to be the voice for folks who have been marginalized from Western academic research.
And that really is core to who we are, is adopting an anti-colonial approach of bringing forward Indigenous fisheries in their own sovereignty and their own rights.
I joined the Institute for Oceans and Fisheries when it first started as an interdisciplinary institute. We started a couple of years of having planning meetings and sort of 50% Indigenous representatives to make a real strategic plan that the university would accept and commit to.
A core idea for the center and for our field in general, that what we do isn't at the exclusion of Western science, and it's certainly not at the exclusion of Indigenous knowledge, as historically has been the case.
It's a space that we get to speak for the crabs and the fish, all the things that I know Indigenous nations see as relatives and that Western society has not protected well.
It's an important part of our work to hold that idea that fish have agency. There's a two-way dependency there, that we take care of the fish and they take care of us.
And it's not the fish that have to be managed, it's the people that have to be managed who look after the fish, sort of deal, right? And that kind of ties back to this relationship piece where we're in relation with these fish and we have to, you know, uphold those relations.
The Centre for Indigenous Fisheries is a research and teaching collective that really centers on relationality.
And we certainly take a non-traditional approach to doing this research that's relational and really centers communities' needs and inputs. And not only the relationship we have as people to people, but people to fish and people to the environment and people to the water.
Making sure that whatever we do is not kind of like the typical Western science where they just go in, take what they want, leave. It's you go in and you take care of the people that are there, like first and foremost. And any work that you do is contributed to the well-being of all, as opposed to just the well-being of the pursuit of academia.
All of our projects develop over years of just spending time with people. We're not usually jumping right into research, but ultimately that end product is so much richer because of that.
A lot of care is placed into understanding why we're asking certain questions, how we're addressing them. It's not as results driven.
One of the strengths of CIF is definitely the advocacy work that we do, right? So we're not only these community engaged scientists, but we're also advocating for change within these systems.
When we look at Murray Sinclair, the late senator, he made a really simple but profound statement that it was education that got us into this mess. And it's education that's going to get us out of it. It's important for the center to be concentrating on making sure that we can pass that education on through a system that hasn't been very generous to us.
I've always figured youth into my work from the very beginning. The youth work that I do, but also the youth work that others within the team do, are super, super central. We have projects like that of Nicole Jung's, where creating this Youth Guardians program and having them inherently built into that work.
And investing in the next generation of young people, and that coming directly from the call of nations in so many contexts to include young people, so that there is a strength to this next generation that has been disrupted in other ways for past generations.
It's pretty cool to go and spend time with youth on the land, and I'm often doing things or learning things that I just wouldn't be able to in a classroom or even in the city.
Something that I think really sets us up to do our work in a good way is to be situated in home community contexts, so they don't have to give up language and community and connection and culture. It's a way for us to honor that we are whole people in coming into the center and can be whole people in doing our work.
When I first reached out to Andrea and was looking to join, I was still fairly disconnected from my community. I didn't grow up in the community, and so I was looking for better connection, and I had a lot of unknowns about my identity and my place as a colloquiate person. It's been like my way home. I got to live here for the first time the summer doing my undergrad work, and now I live here full time. Which is really special to me.
Because we've all been colonized, it's really important to take off those glasses.
I think the biggest challenge is the work that you have to do inwards when you're trained as a scientist. It's reinforced that you should know everything, and deconstructing your ways of thinking is incredibly challenging work.
I think it just really speaks to how decolonial ways of being are really obscured for everyone, and how it takes a lot of effort to try to undo what we've been taught is normal and acceptable.
Two-eyed seeing is this framework or approach to research that puts Indigenous knowledge systems or perspectives on even level, even playing field with Western approaches to science.
Coming out of Mi'kmaq territory, that of Etoweptimuk, the gift of multiple perspectives, it's about epistemic pluralism. It's about seeing value in all ways of knowing, and it's often described in this way of Indigenous and Western science.
For me, two-eyed seeing has really been a vehicle for me and my nation to help to rebuild broken relationships with colonial entities like the province of Ontario, and not have this weird power imbalance where the province or this traditional science is overpowering our lived experience as Indigenous peoples.
It's really about coming together and bringing our different strengths to achieve a shared vision, knowledge, understanding.
We know, based on psychological science, that facts won't change people's actions. It's the love and the felt experiences of nature and our relationships to it that will really change our actions.
Early on, we were reminded from Deb McGregor, another Indigenous scholar, that what's often missing and isn't even mentioned in so many of these frameworks or academic publications is love. And we are all fundamentally here because we love the systems that we work in.
People have nothing to lose by stepping outside the circle or the square. When things can't speak for themselves, we have to speak up. When things can't move for themselves, we have to do what we can.
Up next, we have our very own Jared, who you just saw in the video. So why don't you come on up here, Jared?
Okay, it's good online. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna get going here. So my name is Jared Kanoy. I'm a PhD candidate in the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries, and I'm a biologist at the Lord Fraser Fisheries Alliance, or LFFA. I'm a settler of Irish and German descent. My family has been in Ontario, where I was raised for the last 1 to 5 generations. But I now live on Musqueam land, right over there, and I work across Coast Salish waters. In the past, I've worked and lived in Tasman Tlingit territory in the Yukon and across Treaty 7 in Alberta. Today I'm going to be sharing on some of my collaborative PhD work in the CIF and at the LFFA, particularly on the thread which connects these various projects, which is a social ecological account of colonialism and salmon in the Lower Fraser and beyond. So my hope is to give a high-level overview of these various projects that are supported by and live within the CIF and how they are all connected. So all of the photos in this presentation, like the ones you see up there, come from Amy Romer, who took them this past fall on Samath territory, where she was working with us on documenting some of this collaborative work that I'll be speaking to today. So the image shown here is an archival image of Samath Khatsa, Sumas Lake, overlain on an image of the present day lake bed. And for those of you who might not be familiar, Sumas Lake, which was situated about 100 kilometers east of here, on Stalo territory was drained by the Canadian government in the 1920s to create agricultural land that you see in the picture in the back there for settlers. And I wanted to start with this image because a lot of the work that I'm involved in is happening on these lands and waters. And also because the draining of Sumas Lake is a powerful example of how colonial legacies that have become invisible to some people continue to shape the experiences of people and fish today. I only have pictures today to accompany my speaking. I hope they can be grounding for this work for you in the same way that they are for me. So I think an important component of all of our work is looking backward to inform how we look to the future. And in many cases, in my experience, non-Indigenous folks are often taught that colonialism was an experience of the past and not the present. And this can make addressing colonial harms to people and fish just all that more challenging. Max Liboiron writes that those who benefit from colonialism often, quote, understand colonialism as a monolithic structure with roots exclusively in historical bad action, rather than as a set of contemporary and evolving land and water relations that can be maintained by good intentions and even good deeds. This misconception that Max identifies is a driving force behind some of my work. So one project I'm working on is to describe the criminalization of First Nation salmon fisheries in British Columbia from Confederation to present, with a particular emphasis on the Lower Fraser. So this has included reviewing relevant literature as well as archival research in partnership with the Stalo Library and Archives. The goal of this work is to describe how colonial fisheries management, or how the colonial fisheries management regime in Canada has evolved through time, but not necessarily become any less colonial. Some broad conclusions from this work that I'd like to share today are that while relationships between First Nations fisheries and the Canadian federal government looks different than it did a century ago, power ultimately remains in the hands of the federal government. And this is granted through the doctrine of priority, which states that conservation is the first priority for Pacific salmon and other fisheries in Canada. And I think there's a lot of overlap in values to be found in conservation as a principle, but the current fisheries management system in Canada places all of the power in the federal government and how, when, why, and where fish are conserved. And under this under this system, the federal government is granted full control to conserve fish. And this is happening when conservation is needed because of the salmon population crisis, which was engineered by federal fisheries management itself. And under this system, Western trained fishery scientists are determined the arbiters of truth in a very complex social ecological system of people and fish. And so by looking at history where the overtly colonial is more easily recognized and connecting it to how things operate in the present, my goal through this work is to make colonial power relations and salmon management more apparent to Western fishery scientists and managers. And in this project, through looking into the past and in some cases into the present as well, we're hoping to inform and imagine better futures. So as I alluded to, we're not only looking at things in the past. Some uncertainties also exist in the present that we're interested in looking into. So this picture is from nighttime beach seining with Samath First Nation. Some folks might be very familiar with nighttime fishing. Others might find it a little surprising. Part of that is that DFO will not generally permit fishing at night for any fishery. And under Samath's authority in their unceded waters, we've been working to conduct a scientific fishery to understand the survival of adult salmon who are migrating up the Sumas Chilliwack River on their way to their spawning grounds upstream. So as shown on the intro slide, this area, Samath territory, has been profoundly altered by colonization. Sumas Lake was drained in the 1920s. This created agricultural land as well as separated waterways that exist there now. These are now a network of canals and agricultural ditches that are connected by pump stations. You can see a pump station there on the right, which is pumping agricultural runoff into the river. So the main canal here, which this water is flowing into, is the Vetter Canal. And this became the primary route for migrating salmon after Sumas Lake was drained, and stallow fishers were restricted from accessing this canal by DFO so that those fish could be saved for sports fishers. In the 1980s, the Chilliwack River Hatchery was built, and to this day produces millions of salmon fry annually of chum, coho, chinook, steelhead, and largely this hatchery bolsters recreational fisheries in this system, and it attracts hundreds of recreational fishers every day in the summer and the fall when the salmon are running. And this is all happening while wild runs of coho, chinook, and sockeye are struggling in the system. So you can see on the left here a picture of a coho that we caught in the beach seine fishery, but this coho had already been caught by a recreational fisher. You can see the hook wound in their jaw. So in response to these many pressures that are faced by salmon in this system, we've been working with the beach seine fishery to pit and radio tag adult salmon to track their migrations. So to date, we have tagged chum, chinook, and coho, allowing us to deepen our understanding of factors affecting their survival to the spawning ground. So I have a pit tag pictured there, the little one, and a radio tag pictured there, which is the bigger one. And on the bottom of the radio tag, we've attached temperature loggers, and this allows us to monitor the temperatures that migrating salmon experience every 5 minutes of their migration. And then we can connect these temperatures back to certain sections of the river by pairing it with our tracking data, which is pretty cool. And so ultimately, the goal of our scientific work is to inform fish stewardship, but I think as we all know, nothing is only scientific or only social, and especially in the case of salmon who exist at the intersection of the two. So a big part of conducting this science is to elevate the role of nations and nation-led organizations in stewardship and management through or of Pacific salmon in the Lower Fraser. So the CIF, LFFA, SAMATH, and other nations around the Lower Fraser have been involved in projects that are working to transform First Nations fisheries and fisheries research through selective fishing gears that are inspired by cultural values and traditions. So pictured here is the installation of SAMATH Sweer in the Sumas Chilliwack River system, which has been trialed the last 2 years. And in 2023, LFFA was involved in supporting several other Lower Fraser First Nations in building and acquiring selective gears like fish wheels and fish traps so that they could be trialed in Lower Fraser. And the end goals of these projects are to increase opportunities for First Nation salmon fisheries in the Lower Fraser that are in line with cultural values and traditions, and to actively steward and care for fish. And I think that these are futures that we're all working towards in different ways, in different places. And yeah, I'm grateful to have heard from so many people today and look forward to hearing from the last 2 presenters after me. So thank you to everyone who's here, especially to Troy Ganseveld, who's sitting there from Sumas First Nation, Murray, who's here earlier, Andrea, who's supervising the work, Amy again for the photos, and basically the whole CIF team has helped with this project at one point or another. So thank you for these many projects. But yeah, okay, that's it.
Awesome. Thanks, Jared. That was super cool. I was looking on my phone. I have another fish joke. Where do salmon go to deposit their checks? The riverbank. Oh, that didn't hit as well as I thought it would. Yeah, that was really cool and awesome work, Jared. Thanks for sharing. Up next, we have another CIF student. If I can. Oh, is that good? Okay. Yeah, Colton. Awesome. Here you go.
Okay, hi everyone. It's me again. I'm excited that I have a few minutes here to talk with you a bit about my work on the Ha'ukmin watershed. So I have a few slides here, but I'm going to try to focus more on the talking part of it. So in other words, I apologize in advance as I ramble for a bit, but yeah, so I wanted to start by setting some of the context of how I came to work on Ha'ukmin, and that really starts with talking about my family. So I'm from Tlaoquiet First Nation on my dad's side, and also of mixed settler descent. The Hahuthi of our Hauia, our chiefs, is on the west coast of Vancouver Island. I circled it on the map here and also circled Vancouver for reference. It's a really beautiful area that I'm grateful I get to call home. And though this is where my family is from, it's not where I grew up. And so my dad was taken in the 60s scoop, and he was raised in a settler home, but he did connect with our birth family the year before I was born. And so I grew up in a bit of a weird space where I knew that I was Cloquet and I knew some of my family, but I was pretty disconnected from our lifeways and broader community and didn't grow up near home. What I was always connected to, though, was the water. This is a photo that I like to use in a lot of my presentations. It's a picture of my mom and I in my first visit to the Vancouver Aquarium, and it's the earliest documented proof I have of my love and fascination with the ocean. And though I didn't realize it at the time, I think this was maybe the Cloquet in me shining through. I've always loved the ocean and marine and aquatic life for as long as I can remember. I wanted to be a marine biologist since I was old enough to understand what the word meant. And so I really carried that interest into my career. And so I got my bachelor's degree here at UBC in marine biology. And during that degree, I was starting to ask a lot of big questions about my identity and where I came from. And I was yearning for this community that I knew that I had out there. And so that really collided with my career when I came to the Centre for Indigenous Fisheries. And so I joined the center for my undergrad thesis, and my research for that was focused on plankton. So I was looking at plankton abundance, and especially the abundance of plankton that are food for baby salmon in 4 different estuaries, one of which was Ha'ukmin. And so this project was my first exposure to Ha'ukmin, and was also the first time in my life that I got to move home the summer of 2022 to do the field work, or the fish work, as we say in the center. So that was a really incredible opportunity. This work was in partnership with Fisheries Society, which is a nonprofit that supports the commercial fisheries for 5 nations, including my own Cloquet. And after I graduated, I returned to work with Ha'um directly as a research technician, and I lived at home again and got to do a lot more salmon work and work in Ha'ukmin, which led towards where I'm at now. And so now I'm a PhD student at the center. I'm working once again in partnership with Ha'um, and this time in direct partnership with my nation. And my work is really focused on Ha'ukmin in particular now. I circled it roughly here. It's hard to get it all in the oval, but that's the lake, and then just missing some of the rivers that flow in and out of it. For context, Ha'ukmin means the Great Feast Bowl. It's a watershed that's really important to Cloquet. It used to be one of our most important sources of food, especially salmon, hence its name. But in the 1900s, through colonial fisheries mismanagement and logging practices, the watershed was quite drastically altered, such that today there's not many salmon left, certainly not enough to fish or eat. And so my work is part of a broader movement working to restore Ha'ukmin and restore the salmon that live in it. And I'm pretty early in this work, so I can't talk too much about how far I've gotten, but I can talk a bit about the plan for it. So the work is going to be split into 4 chapters, and the idea is that each one is approaching Ha'ukmin and Ha'ukmin salmon from a different perspective or with different methods. So I have one chapter that's like literature and archival review, where I'm trying to understand as much of the written history of the watershed as possible. A second chapter that's on Cloquet knowledge, likely using a lot of community interviews to understand our traditional knowledge of the watershed, and also to capture our priorities for it going forward. And then I'll have an ecology chapter. What I do exactly there is a bit up in the air because I want to respond to what those priorities are. But I think it's likely that I'll end up working on sockeye in Ha'ukmin. Maybe not the plankton this time, but other things that are also eating the plankton that the sockeye depend on for food. And then I'll have a chapter of policy review, where I'm digging into the DFO and Canada's policies around fish conservation and arguing for policy changes that would better serve Ha'ukmin and serve Cloquet's leadership in its restoration. So if there was one takeaway from this work for me so far, it's been the experience of trying to center Nch'anoth lifeways and worldviews in the work. I should say for context, Tla'oquiet is one of the Nch'anoth nations. One of the main principles that we talk a lot about is Hishakish Tsawak, everything is connected or everything is one. This really is foundational to how we see the world. A good example that I was talking with Saul Milne last week, who I believe is joining us online, and we were talking about the word for territory, which I used earlier, Hahulthi. Hahulthi is the Nch'anoth word for territory, but it also refers to all of the lands and waters, people and beings that are on that territory. And it makes it a bit difficult sometimes to translate into English, but I think it's really powerful that you can't talk about Nch'anoth territory without invoking all of the people and beings that are connected to it. And in thinking about my work, Hishakish Tsawak, I've tried to put that at the center of everything that I do. I try to frame the work as not restoring Ha'ukmin or restoring Ha'ukmin salmon, but restoring their relationships. I try to think about the work as restoring the relationship between Ha'ukmin and salmon, between Tla'oquiet and Ha'ukmin and the salmon, and between everyone. And it's also why I chose to do these different chapters with different sets of methods to try to understand as much of those connections as possible. Yeah, I think that was about it. So with that, I want to say click go. Thank you to all the partners in this work and funders, and especially to my community and to the Hahulthi. This has been a really incredible journey for me and one that I'm grateful every day that I get to take. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you, Colton. It's been an absolute pleasure to see Colton on his journey, and he's going to do a lot more great things. Up next, we have Annalie West. I don't think you have slides, eh? Nice. Okay. So I stopped sharing? Okay, cool.
Thank you. Hansei Kiawao. Hi, everyone. My name's Annalie Wells. I am Red River Métis from Treaty 1 territory on my mother's side, and then Scottish settler on my dad's side. I am born and raised on Samiamu territory, but now I live, work, and play on Musqueam territory. And I am here today to talk to you a little bit about my practicum project that I recently did with the Native Fishing Association and T-Bug Suzuki Foundation. So I am in my 5th and final year of First Nations and Indigenous Studies. And in that program, you have to complete a practicum program at the very end in order to graduate. And so at the beginning of September, there was a bunch of organizations from around Vancouver who came in, and we pitched ourselves. The organizations pitched themselves, and then we matched ourselves with an organization that we would want to work with. So I wanted to work with the Native Fishing Association, and I wanted to work on their project that they were working on. And so that project is I'm calling it the Speaker Series project. And it began prior to my involvement. And the project is taking Indigenous fishing voices. These are industry experts who have been fishing for a long time, and just recording and getting their stories and then bringing them into marine science post-secondary classrooms. So for example, there was a video interview done with Ray Harris, who is from Chehalis First Nation. And that video has been shown in the University of Victoria in several classes there, and students were able to interact with Ray Harris at the end of the semester, and they were able to ask him questions that they had throughout their entire semester. So I'm taking this project that was already established prior to my practicum, and I worked with Fiona, and we were working on and trying to figure out what my practicum would look like. So we decided to create a toolkit for professors who wanted to engage with the speaker series. We were finding that it would be most likely non-Indigenous professors engaging with the speaker series. And when it comes to having Indigenous knowledge in classrooms, it needs to be done in a culturally respectful way. And so we thought that a toolkit would be best suited for this program. So in the toolkit,
is like a bit of a write-up as to why this project is needed and giving some context as to what a professor needs to do in order to take on this project. And then there's a bit of protocol. So when you have an actual knowledge keeper or elder in the classroom, what protocol should you follow? A lot of non-Indigenous people have not interacted with a knowledge keeper, having them in a classroom, etc. So really laying the foundation for them, meeting them where they're at, and trying to ensure that everyone's treated with respect and safety. And we were also realizing that marine science classrooms, there's a lot of things that happen in them. Some of them are very technical, some of them are very like math focused. And so we were trying to decide how to bring these videos into those classrooms. So I created 3 different options that professors could use to implement this into a classroom. So there's the first one, which is like the best, most like the one that we recommend them use. And so the way that this goes is for 1 semester. At the beginning of the semester, the professor shows 1 video of the Indigenous fishing expert. And then after that video is shown, the students are asked to engage thoughtfully with the video, with the knowledge presented in the video, and ask or write down a question that they would ask that person in the video. And then the class goes on, and we recommend the professor keep referencing back to that video. So for example, one of Ray Harris's videos is talking about geoduck harvesting, geoduck harvesting. And so if a classroom is then to move on talking about other aspects of geoduck harvesting, bringing that video back into the conversation and Ray Harris's thoughts on the geoduck harvesting back in. So then the students are constantly referring back, and there's that transfer of knowledge that is really solidified into the student's brain. So that is happening each month in the semester. So first month video, second month video, third month video. And then by the end of the semester, the students are able to actually meet the knowledge keeper in the video one-on-one. And they're able to have like a roundtable discussion with that knowledge keeper and ask the questions that they prepared at the beginning of the semester. Or if there was something they learned throughout the semester, they're able to ask that knowledge keeper as well. So that's the first option. The second option is for more theoretical classes that may have other guest lectures involved. So in this one, it's very similar to the first option where 1 video is shown at the beginning of the semester. The students are able to interact with it. And then the semester goes on. No videos are shown each month. It's just all the videos are shown at the beginning of this semester. Students are still, and the professor is still asked to refer back to the video, keep the like continuous learning happening. So keep referencing back to what was talked about in the videos. And then like the first option, the speaker is then brought into the classroom in person or via Zoom. And then the students are able to ask their questions, ask anything they want to ask to that knowledge keeper. The third option is for those technical classes that are very calculus heavy. So this is just giving the videos to the professor and telling the professor, you can submit these or like put them into your syllabus wherever you think is necessary. So for example, if they're doing calculations on like figuring out where to dive for geoduck harvesting, then inserting the geoduck harvesting video of Ray Harris could be appropriate. So there's those 3 options, and each of those options has its own protocol to follow, seeing as the professor and the students are interacting with this intellectual knowledge in different ways in each option. So each option requires its own protocol. And then in the toolkit, there is also supplementary resources. So when I was doing the research prior to creating my toolkit, I interviewed 3 professors. I interviewed Dr. Andrea Reed, Dr. Darcy Matthews, and Dr. Link Kessler. And from what I got from those 3 interviews was that Indigenous students need to be thought about in these classrooms, as well as there needs to be more learning outside of the classroom and outside of these videos. And these students need to come into the classroom as well with some prior knowledge. So some of the supplementary resources I include are the, I'm blanking on the name right now, but it's the Indigenous resource. It was created by the first FNSP. And And it's just like, it has the Delgamut case on it, Sparrow case, just a write-up of all the different events and legal cases that would be necessary in order to understand what someone in a video is talking about. And so those supplementary resources are also to ensure that Indigenous students aren't doing labor in the classroom of providing additional information where a professor may have not provided that information. And then finally, there's funding. So for ensuring that this project moves forward and continues instead of just stopping, there's resources and funding available for professors to follow up with, apply for, and to ensure that this program and this toolkit, this speaker series continues and it doesn't just stop. So that's my project. I was able to present it to Musqueam as well as the general community as per CIS. And then I was able to present it to you folks today. So I thank you so much for listening, and ekose, that is all. Merci.
Awesome. Cool work. That's really cool. Yeah, so next up we have another one of our CIF students, Nicole. So why don't you come up here, Nicole? I don't know if, is this the last talk of the day? And then we have an activity after this that Nicole and Colton are going to lead. So it might take me a second to get 1 second.
Alex didn't say anything embarrassing about me. He said he would.
Say it after.
Before I start, maybe everyone can like stand up and then sit back down and do like a little stretch. I know this is the last one. You guys have made it. Okay, perfect. I'm glad now hopefully you guys are have moved your bodies a bit. I don't know whether to stand on this or not. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole, which turns out to be the most said name today, which is awful. But today I'll be reflecting on theories of change and success for crabs and communities. Oh, there we go. It just lags a bit. Okay, perfect. So I wanted to start out with a fuller introduction of myself. I am a settler descendant of Chinese immigrants and currently live in Husainich territory on Vancouver Island. I grew up in Musqueam territory in Vancouver and have long-term relationships with people in Sayat First Nation, which is one of the communities that makes up the Husainich Nation. As you can see here, these are some of the people I'm responsible to. Pictured here on the left is Willard Pelkey, who gifted me this beautiful necklace I'm wearing today. In the photo to the right is Des Sheena, who's a young Mochit Muchlet woman who I spend a lot of time with. And I wanted to start in these ways because I think it's important for me to talk about my chosen family, my relations, and the people who inspire me to do this work. Currently, I am a PhD student at the Centre For Indigenous Fisheries, where I get to study Dungeness crab in partnership with the Haka Institute and the Sayat Fisheries Department in creating stewardship protocols that support Sayat in stewarding Dungeness crab within their newly established Quant Indigenous Protected and Conserved Area. And I mainly put this slide here as sort of a placeholder because I could tell you today about the ecological surveys that we do to study Dungeness crab in the territory, or about the youth program that we're developing, or about the interviews we will be launching with knowledge holders and communities soon. But today I wanted to reflect on something different. So recently I was asked to give a guest lecture at a marine conservation course where the syllabus asked guest lecturers to share a success story about marine conservation. And this and many other things in my life recently and over many years, I think, have got me thinking about how success in the kind of work that we do, that we collectively do, often looks vastly different from what we are taught success should look like in a Western society. If I were a researcher that didn't learn things from Indigenous knowledge holders, I think I would be looking to pump out as many publications as possible, or I don't even know, but I don't really want to imagine it because I think what I'm doing now is much more meaningful. So some of the questions that have been floating around in my brain lately have been, what if we evaluated the success of our research in measures of what spikes joy, care, and community laughter? What if we measured success on the time scales of futures only our descendants will see? And this ultimately begs the question, if this is what I think is success, then how do we get there? And what does that mean? And through what means? So today I'd like to share some of my in-process reflections about what my theories of change are. And I think Will spoke to the idea of theories of change earlier today, but it's basically the concept that I think gives us words to describe and think about how we believe change happens. And so I've created this sort of non-transparent list of what I think my current theories of change are, and have written a poem for each theory of change. And know that the poems I've written are way too long to share in the amount of time we have, but felt that it was important to sit and write these reflections down while I had the time. And I've chosen ahead of time to just hand select the ones I want to read to you guys based on what you have shared today. I can read, I'm not going to read my theories of change out, but I will, I think, be reading number 4 and 5. I might have switched the numbers. Okay, this is technically number 4. Just pretend. Okay, 4. Pause for joy like our youth and children do. There is a groundedness in being close to birth and the nebulous formation of life, that adult life and our obsessive transfixion on the scarcity of time, yet the contradictory wasting of our time seems to suffocate. But thankfully, if we remember, there are uncountable ways to return time unto moment, unto cyclic circles, unto eternity. One is to walk along the beach, learning from a 5-year-old's mind that it is not incorrect to call open clamshells butterflies, or to call dogs gogs. Another is to find reoccurring laughter at how you could have possibly pricked your finger into bleeding on the smaller than a sewing needle spine of a larval crab. In these moments, our hearts full to the brim with free, ridiculous life. On the sunny blessed days of last summer, on a boat named Quant, I witnessed 2 young sailmen become whole people. I watched you dance like crabs while collecting crabs. I listened to your voices become young leaders through songs sung into the wind. I learned 6 drinks is lunch, enough to fill our bellies with laughter. You in your youth, in your childhood, are the protectors of these good things. And then 5 is actually 5. It is dream awaken dreams and awaken the dreams still sleeping. 2 hands are all we need to hold the expanse of generosity. Yours hold the incense of the sea, an early morning, and ancestral elbow grease. And mine hold the warmth of your loving obligations, wrapped in skunk cabbage leaves. Earlier, I watched for the transference of arboreal apparitions, and the dewdropped exhales of heated stones above the tree line. And when I saw the telling smoke rising from your cooking pit, I walked down the path toward the beach, enraptured with the undeserved applause of thimbleberry leaves. I hear laughter behind me and bike brakes skidding in serpentine play. I hear car motors clearing their throats and the splash of dogfish playing fetch in a nearby bay. When I round the corner, your eyes are kind, clear like the waters needed to be. Your feet are bare, sensitive and soaked from searching land and ocean. We are very much free. Swamps for skunk cabbage leaves, sand for crabs buried stealthily, seasides for stones, hilts, or creator, perhaps long ago, threw into the sea. When I round the corner, the whole community is there. Crab carapaces cradled back into the ocean's arms. Crab spirits dancing, untethered from pollution, tyranny, and other long forgotten harms. 2 hands are all we need to hold the expanse of generosity. 2 hearts are all we need to dream awakened dreams. And with that, I'll stay up here, but we can transition into our next activity. Colton is my Centre for Indigenous Fisheries sibling because Andrea can't get rid of us. And we did both our honors thesis through the center and then have now both rolled up to PhDs. And we're sticking around.
Okay, so we're wanting to have a bit of a small group discussion with all of you. And so this discussion is inspired by and is part of a paper that we've begun the early work on at the center, where the focus is on envisioning just futures for fish, people, and place. From this discussion, we'd like to make a figure for this paper that reflects the diverse knowledges and lived experiences of those that are gathered here with us today. And so the idea with this and like why we want to envision just futures is that the act of envisioning can generate the conditions for those futures to become reality. And it's also a space where we can think beyond like the day-to-day struggles. I mean, I think in our world, in the fish world, there's a lot of really urgent crises, and it's easy to get lost in just trying to survive this day and the next. And so we want to make a space where we can reorient towards what we're here for and what the future is that we're trying to achieve.
So we just wanted to go over some processes around ethics and consent. So our dream, again, is to take what you share today and potentially transform it into a figure that will be included in this paper that the center is writing about just futures. And so by writing down your thoughts on the sticky notes that are provided on your table, you are consenting to share what your group discusses so that it may inform the creation of this figure. And so if you're wanting to share things and speak to stories or experiences that you don't want to be considered and shared with the broader Centre for Indigenous Fisheries, we invite you to speak to those things and speak freely, but to not write them down on sticky notes. If you are interested in viewing draft versions of this figure before we publish this paper, or to be involved in giving feedback on the figure that is created, then we also invite you, we'll put a piece of paper right at the registration desk or the check-in desk, whatever it is, for you to write down your name and contact information.
Yeah, and so we've put sticky notes and pens on each of the tables, and then we're also going to circulate what I'm reading off of a facilitation guide with some questions. And so
We have 3 core questions for you to consider in your group, and we meant for these to be really open-ended for you to engage with as you see fit. And we want to encourage you to do some blue sky thinking, that is like imagining without limitation. And so if these 3 core questions are resonating with your group, then feel free just to stick with those. But if you feel like you'd like some more structure, on the back, we have some optional prompts for more discussion that you're free to take or leave. And also a notice for all the CIF crew in here that we'd like to try to get one of you in each of the groups. So can the CIF folks make sure to spread out amongst all of the groups? And yeah, and so we're going to congregate around the tables. So folks that are sitting in the chairs without tables, if you can go find a table to sit at, and then we'll get going with the conversation. And yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing what we all have to say.
And just, sorry, a couple more notes. Once your group is done, the goal is to put the sticky notes on that giant piece of paper in the back that we have. And then for folks online, I think Cal and Olivia have shared the facilitation guide, and you guys are working in Canva whiteboards. And similarly, can write down your names and contact information within those whiteboards if you would like to be contacted about this work further. Thanks.
Okay, so we got that down. The first, we can all maybe describe it. We had like a name. We can use the big one. Okay, we good on that first question? What are key?
Good? Okay. Thank you everyone for participating in this interactive discussion. At this time, we want to continue with our day a little bit, and I'm sure you guys had lots of meaningful talks with those around you. Just as we wrap up, I'm asking that you guys spend some time putting the sticky notes that you created up on the board, and right next to the board on the table is that sheet about your name and contact information if you want to be part of the process of co-creating or giving feedback on the figure that's going to be made based on these discussions today. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, but don't leave. We're almost done. Stay here. We also have a draw at the end. So if you're really keen to win some cool prizes, we have a raid up at the front. Stick around. We just have one small little thing, I think, from Andrea and Sue Chiplow, I believe.
All right, everyone. Are we good to go? Okay, great. So thank you everyone for all the good conversation and continued presence in the room and online, and for just being with us in this day. The very last thing that we want to bring forward, myself and a colleague, hi, Sue. I can see you.
Hi, how are you?
Advance the slides, though.
Yeah, I just see a nice picture.
I did.
Oops.
Okay, fantastic. So glad that we can take a minute here to share this new initiative that some colleagues and I are working on, which is to launch an Indigenous Research Methods and Learners Network. I'm going to pass to my colleague Sue here to introduce herself, and then we'll tell you a little bit about this network.
Alrighty, Ani, bonjour everybody. Suchiblo Dishnikas, Ogama Anagindigo, Chachak Dodam, Ketigonzi Bing Denjaba, Ketigonzi Bing Indogam, Chachak, Chachak Dodam. So I'm Suchiblo from Gardner First Nation, where I currently am. And it's snowing here, so I hope you are enjoying some warmer weather.
Thank you for being here online, Sue. We would love to have you in this room, but no, you need to prioritize your health. And so thank you for joining in this way. This is a network that we are launching this year as a pilot over the next 4 years. And the purpose, the vision is that this is meant to be a space for students and learners to advance Indigenous research methods within specifically the sciences. So this is to unite Indigenous science grad students across geographies so that they can find one another, because so often we are alone in our departments, in our units, and so it's about building that connectivity. And to begin, it's to be completely unstructured, so it can be learner-led. So we plan to have initiatives that bring these young folks that are interested together to talk about what the needs are, what the ways forward are. And so later this year, we hope to begin that work with a meeting, bringing learners together to vision that space and develop that need. And we've got a team together that includes Sue and I, as well as 2 colleagues, Dr. Kyle Bobbywash from the University of Manitoba, who's also an Anishinaabe scholar, studies pollinators, is a former grad student alongside myself back in our McGill days. So Kyle is a long-term friend. And then Lawrence Ignace, who's currently completing his PhD at the University of Victoria with Dr. Natalie Ban. Lawrence is Anishinaabe as well, with a long history of experience in the fisheries space in a professional capacity. And so really excited to have these colleagues. And it's really Lawrence who's the driving force behind creating this. And he's pulled together Sue and Kyle and I to bring some added kind of momentum to this initiative. So I'll pass to you, Sue.
All right, thank you. So we're going to be doing this network of peoples they'll be nominated by collaborators. So it could be researchers, the communities, organizations, and or governments, and they will be sponsored by their nominators. So we're actually on the lookout for additional funding to provide support for travel so that they can have in-person events and meetings however they want to do it, because it's going to be learner driven. And this network will seek to secure space and time within Indigenous communities, facilities, and locations that can support student and learner cohorts in their shared work and research. And of course, we are open to any thoughts that you may have that you want to share. And then for the future, we're like Andrew said, this is a pilot and we're starting out small, and it's going to evolve as it grows, and as the learners come into the space and have all kinds of ideas on how this can be, how it can support the learners in a better way. So as the network grows, in terms of collaborators and funders, ideas, students, and learners, of course, it will evolve into something that the learners are going to be able to create, but also take advantage of, to learn from one another. And not even if you don't, it may not even be learning from one another. It could be supporting one another. It could be having discussion on Indigenous research methodologies, on whatever it is that they see fit.
Yeah, fantastic. And so this is something that Lawrence and Kyle were able to share these same slides at the Braiding Knowledges Canada meeting in Ottawa this past March to officially launch the network. Lawrence and colleagues have secured funding from Braiding Knowledges Canada to kickstart this network and get it going. But as Sue notes, we're on the lookout for how we build that up. There's many that are involved. There's a very preliminary website about the network that you can access via that QR code. And then Lawrence has graciously shared his contact information for any further follow-up. So if you are interested in getting involved or know of others, he's keen to hear from you. We're keen to hear from you. And so I think that's it. Hey, Sue, any last?
No, I think this is Lawrence's idea. And I think it's because, as he's doing his PhD inside the colonial institution and having difficulties finding people that he can connect with about his research and about his methodologies. And I've known Lawrence for years and years and years. And I think this is one of the reasons why he dragged me into this, which I think is a great, because when I was doing my PhD and even my master's, I had nobody to connect with. I didn't know how. So I think this is just going to be a superb space and a great idea that Lawrence has come up with.
Fantastic. So I think we're all set. Thank you so much for joining us online, Sue. We missed you here over today and yesterday, but we hope to see you soon. Thank you all. All right, and so with that, we are ready to draw things to a close today. So we just want to start off by really deeply thanking Musqueam for the presence of Councillor Alec Guerin, Elder Larry Grant, Liaison Leona Sparrow for their involvement today and for helping welcome us here to the unceded and occupied territory of the Musqueam.
We also want to thank the First Nations House of Learning, the Longhouse that we're in, all of the staff who were in contact with us and in planning this event, and everybody who's been helping around behind the scenes. So thank you.
And this space has just been such a lovely space to collect in, and a beautiful one, and also a space for us. Casey, myself, members of the center, every conference we go to, we organize workshops, initiatives, things on the side of these conferences, and it rarely feels like the larger conference is a space for us. And so that was kind of a key motivator for today, is to have kind of that dedicated conversation. And I think everything that all learners brought forward in this space really reflects that this is deserving of its own space, its own day, its own many days, realistically a week if we had the time to do it justice. So I really value that. Someone in this room has been instrumental to today coming together in so many ways. And so much to her chagrin, Peggy Homan, you're being singled out and you have to come up here. You do. As I think everybody here knows, because you've likely heard from Peggy in one way or another as we've come together towards this day, she has organized everything for this and has really made it possible. And so I'm so happy that I have such a wonderful co-conspirator in Peggy to do this work.
Thank you for being here, everybody.
I'm going to pull a Barb and just keep her here.
Gretchen too. Thank you, Gretchen, as well. And thank you, everyone, for coming. Yeah, appreciate you.
And we also wanted to thank, again, because they definitely deserve it, Kel and Olivia back there who've been helping all the AV and everything. Thank you. We also have some gifts for you, but just because of technical difficulties, we'll give them to you later.
We are also grateful, full of gratitude to all the presenters, all the contributors in person and online. What you all are doing for fish and for waters and for your people is truly a marvel. And so thank you for taking the time and space to share it with us. Those in the room have gotten gifts in real time. Those online will be asking for mailing addresses to do some mail outs. So please watch out for that and follow up.
And for all of you who are here as well, we wanted to thank you for your patience, for your engagement, for your attendance, all of your energy that you're giving us today, and sharing with us. And so, as we noted to some of those who had to leave a little bit earlier, we do have a gift for everybody, and it is by our very own Nicole Jung, who's trying to escape back there. One of our wonderful artists. So before you leave, do make sure that you grab one of her prints. It's gorgeous.
And so you can see it here. These are words that have been shared with us by a circle of Cree elders. You can't work on sturgeon and not work on youth because they'll both outlive us in the river. And in Nicole's creative ways, she hears a sentence like that and instantly makes art to respond to it, and has secretly created this work as a gift for you all. And so we have it in sticker form and as a print with a little credit, so you can see the Elders Circle and who that contains. So those will be passed around. But Tuyuk Nicole, for creating this and sharing this with us. I am so grateful to our professional facilitators that we've had throughout the day, to Casey, to Colton, to Alex, and to Gus Narorox, Maddie. You guys all did an outstanding job and made everything flow so smoothly. Truly, truly professionals, and so much gratitude to having those wonderful vendors, and just really made the space special alongside the wonderful food that we were able to have here. So instead of a draw, we have an interesting approach for this next step, which is that some friends have left the room, other friends have arrived. So instead of a draw, Casey and I have decided this is actually just going to be a dance up challenge. We've got a song that we're going to cue up. This is very much a Niska tradition. If you misplace your purse in the feast hall or something, it just goes to the middle of the room, and then you got to dance in to come get it. And so this is the same effect. And so we've got a lovely selection of little gifts. And so if you are so moved to come get some fishy item, then you've got to dance to this music and come grab a piece. Oh, I skipped over feedback because I had it in the wrong order. Okay, so before we start the fun and truly draw this to a close, your feedback is hugely, hugely valued. There's a separate form for feedback for those in person as there is to those those joining online. It would mean the world to get your input, largely because of what I said in the opening remarks of helping to convince UBC leadership about why these spaces matter and are important, and why funding like the Indigenous strategic initiatives that we've heard referenced throughout the day needs to continue. And so the more kind of enthusiasm that we can see there, the better for us moving forward. But also this is an opportunity for honest feedback, things that worked well, things that didn't, ideas for the future. This is our first time running this, so we have a lot to learn as well. And so thank you for bearing with us as we navigate how to do this well. There is thought. People should grab some food and take it with them. Okay, so with that, Woolly Bully.